In lower downtown Denver, welcome to Wednesday night baseball. The Rockies continuing this series against division rival the Arizona Diamondbacks. Rockies fell last night, looking to return the favor this evening. It's game 2 of a 10-game homestand. And we welcome you upstairs with Jeff Houston. I'm Drew Goodman. Glad, of course, that you are with us. And as Jenny said a moment ago, it's been a busy day, a news-making day for the Rockies really over the last 24 hours. Eddie Butler announced last night that he'll start on Friday. And today, Cargo goes on the disabled list. That finger's just not right.
No, and it was finally showed up last night when he had to come out of the ball game after this swing. And they've been trying to piecemeal it. Hopefully he can stay out there, but enough was enough. And this will be an opportunity for him to finally go on the DL, maybe calm that finger down so when he comes back, he can start to swing like the Cargo of old.
Well, we talked to him after the game last night. Cargo's usually upbeat. He wasn't after the ball game.
I really don't know what to do right now at this point. It's just really hard, you know. It's even harder for me to just came out at the game over and over again. This is probably the third time, so it's frustrating, but I don't know. I don't know what to do.
A rarely seen Carlos Gonzalez. I mean, he brightens everybody's mood, whether he went 0 for 4 with a couple of punch-outs the night before. That's not a guy you see very frequently, the guy we just witnessed in the clubhouse last night. So the roster moved Cargo on the 15-day shelf, and Ryan Wheeler, who can play either corner position, third or first, was brought up. He's got pop. He's originally with the Arizona Diamondbacks, in fact.
Well, and he provides a left-handed bat off the bench. I think that's the other thing, because Corey Dickerson's going to get the majority of the starts now in left field. But for Ryan Wheeler, he helps Walt make decisions late in the ball game with that extra pop.
Yeah, well, the Rockies made it another move today as well, and it concerns the backup catching situation for Colorado. Jordan Pacheco was designated for assignment. Now, he's been with the Rockies for 4 seasons, including a couple of years ago when he hit .309, a qualifying batting average, the 5th best in the National League. And Michael McHenry was brought up in his place. Walt Weiss addressed the media today about that move.
It's tough to have that type of meeting with Jordan Pacheco, who's meant so much to the organization. He's been a consummate professional. It's felt like McHenry's done a nice job in AAA and brings some experience. And like I said, he's and performing well down there. So, those are some of the factors.
Well, you can read between the lines with Walt. Tough move because Jordan very, very popular. Not that Michael McHenry isn't, but Jordan's been here for a little bit.
Yeah, this one really hurts, and it always hurts when one of your teammates has to go.
Yeah, no question about it. We'll check starting pitchers when we come back. A few minutes away from first pitch, Rockies and Diamondbacks. Rockies trying to return to 500. The Diamondbacks are 12 games beneath 500. Starting pitchers for tonight's ball game, Jordan Lyles looking for his 6th victory. He has just 1 defeat. And the one thing he wants to clean up over his last few starts, Huey, would be control. Yeah, he's walked a few too many guys his last couple outings, but Jordan's anxious to get back here at Coors Field. His last 2 starts out on the road, but at home he's 3-1 with a 3.24 ERA. And on the other side, Josh Comenter coming off the best start of his career, a 3-hit shutout, which he faced the minimum against the Cincinnati Reds. He's the only Diamondback with a winning record among their starting staff. You look at him, he's 4-2 with a 3.34 ERA, and he's pitched well his last 7 ball games. He's 4-0 during that time. The ball club has won 6 out of those 7 games, and Comenter is not overpowering. He's just, you got to figure out a way to hit him and get the ball down. So it's Jordan Lyles and Josh Comenter, the Rockies and the Diamondbacks. Come on back to Coors Field with us. Root Sports is brought to you by your neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota, let's go places. By Inova Cancer Care. Treat prostate cancer painlessly in only 5 sessions with minimal side effects at InovaCC.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at Southwest.com. Jordan Lyles taking the mound. The Rockies trying to snap a season-high 5-game losing streak. They had a pair of 5-game losing streaks a year ago. Never lost 6 in a row. Didi Gregorius, who just got called back to the big leagues yesterday, did not appear in last night's ball game, but he will start at shortstop, which is a little bit curious because the guy who played shortstop last night was a single shy of a cycle. That, of course, Chris Owings. Here is Kirk Gibson's lineup. Gerardo Parra will bat second after leading off last night. Paul Goldschmidt back in the lineup. He had started 59 in a row. He got yesterday off. Martin Prado, Miguel Montero 4 and 5, Aaron Hill, David Peralta, who swung the bat well yesterday, gets a start in left field. Ender Inciarte will be in center field, and Josh Comenter pitching and batting ninth. And let's take a look at the Inova numbers on Jordan Lyles. Inova Cancer Care, painless outpatient treatment of prostate cancer. InovaCC.com. Jeff?
We talked about the walks just a minute ago, and for April, Jordan had only 9 walks, but in May it bumped up to 16. And then that was one thing that he really thought he needed to focus on in this start, to get back to pounding the strike zone down. He's induced 9 double plays this year. That's good. That's tied for 5th in the National League. So all of that's working in his favor. Just keep the ball down. Don't put the extra runners out there on base.
A glance at the Rockies defense brought to you by Excel Energy. Visit responsiblebynature.com today to learn more. Well, with Cargo down for the next 15 days, Corey Dickerson figures to get a lot of time in left field. Blackman's in center, Kadire in right. Charlie Culberson, who fielded the ball beautifully last night, he's at third. Tulo and LeMahieu up the middle. Morneau is at first base, and Willeen Rosario behind the plate. We're ready for action. And the first pitch from Lyles is in there, strike one, as indicated by home plate umpire Mike Demura. Didi Gregorius last year had some bright moments at the Rockies' expense. He's got some pop in that bat. I mean, he's kind of a wiry guy. You wouldn't think so, but he showed some bat speed at times last year.
Well, I remember him hitting a home run here at Coors Field over the auxiliary scoreboard for his first home run of his career.
He's putting up big numbers in Reno.
And you mentioned a moment ago, it's a little surprising that Chris Owings isn't in the lineup, and Gregorius had been playing second base down in Reno.
And, you know, he could have played for Aaron Hill. That is foul. But according to people who are within the Diamondback organization, this is not unusual for Kirk Gibson. He does things based on hunches, and a lot of managers do that. He'll do things based on what he had planned, and he plotted for this kid Gregorius to play short in game 2 despite whatever Owings would do in game 1, and Owings was their hitting star last night. Again, he had a home run, a triple, and a double last night. Usually that whatever plans you had,
aren't they written?
They get altered if a guy
aren't
has
they written in pencil?
You'd think.
I mean, I know how I'd feel if I had a game like that and wasn't in the lineup.
This ball's well hit right center field by Gregorius, and this is going to get on out of here. We talked about his bat speed. Gregorius, welcome back to the big leagues, and he's got himself a home run leading off the ball game. It's not how Lyles wanted to begin. And that is the 70th home run allowed by the Rockies this year, which has become an enormous problem.
Yeah, and that ties the Diamondbacks for most. Belt high, no sink on the baseball, stays flat in the zone. And for Jordan Lyles, that's the 3rd home run that he's given up to a left-handed batter.
Now Gerardo Parra. He's got a lot to smile about. He's back in the big leagues, and he just trotted around the bases. Gregorius was born in Amsterdam. How many ball players there are in Amsterdam? There's guys coming out of the Netherlands. They had a nice showing in the WBC.
That's a world game now.
It is. This ball's punched to third, and it ricochets to Tulo on to first. Not in time. So Parra reaches. A tough play for Culberson. A great play by Tulowitzki to make it close.
Well, you're close in. You're just trying to play like a goalie and knock it down, and hopefully it stays close to you. Beat it out on the ricochet off his shoulder to Troy on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. We'll see how close this play was. Foot on the bag, ball in, but it will go down as a base hit for Gerardo Parra.
Now the most dangerous hitter in the Arizona lineup as Paul Goldschmidt takes low ball 1. Scuffling by his standards a little bit of late. 2 of 14. I don't even consider that scuffling. Every hitter, no matter how talented, and this guy's as talented as they come, you go through the 1 for 12s and the 2 for 15s.
It's 3 games.
It's part of baseball.
3 games you don't see the ball for whatever reason. It's not happening. You don't feel good. Maybe you got a little bit of a cold. Who knows?
Or maybe you got robbed a couple times.
Yeah.
A couple Adam balls.
5 ropes that don't show up. One place they talking to some scouts today, they were saying that Goldschmidt's having trouble with the ball down and away.
Snap throw to first. Out at first base. Willeen Rosario firing to Morneau. And standing there still is Parra because he wants his manager to argue.
Yeah, he came out and immediately pointed to the dugout. But watch Parra get off, and he takes an extra little shuffle. He comes back to the bag and try to apply the tag was Morneau, and he goes back and gets the left hand.
Mike Estabrook, the first base umpire.
Now you put the
you know
tag
what? He's
down.
safe. I think he's safe.
Well, his hand came off.
Well, maybe that's, well, his right hand's on though. Watch his right hand also.
Right, he did the swim move.
No, they're not going to argue.
They're not going to argue because the swim move where say you pull your right hand back and you just reach with your left, and then the left hand was on there, you push it off before the right hand gets back to the bag.
So Parra is erased for the first out, and it's 1-2 on Goldschmidt. And let's see if Jordan with a slider visits that area that's been problematic for Goldschmidt. They're coming in with a fastball.
Maybe that was just a setup.
Yeah, could be.
Go back to the quadrant of the forward strike zone where the second and third pitches were.
We were talking about home runs. We were talking about it a bunch last night. Rockies gave up home runs last night. And now the home run by Didi Gregorius. So they've given up 70 in 58 plus games. Last year, through 58 games, they'd allowed 41 home runs. That, I mean, you're talking about almost 30 home runs fewer.
Yeah, that's a huge number when you want to be a ground ball type of team.
And they have been, because they've been top 2, top 3 in baseball since the start of the year. They battled the Pirates for that top spot in terms of ground ball percentage, but the home runs way up.
Yeah, for Jordan, he's only given up 5. You know, Frankie's given up 13. That's where a big number comes from. De La Rosa's given up 9.
Three and 2 on Paul Goldschmidt, and he loses them. He was ahead 1-2, and the first walk allowed by Jordan Lyle. So he hasn't retired anybody. He got the out because of the snap throw by Willeen Rosario. Home run, single, walk, and Martin Prado's up. Tweet your questions using the hashtag Toyota Talk, and we'll answer as many as we can during the 5th inning of every ball game. That's Toyota Talk. And now Rosario will go to the mound. Here's been the issue for Jordan, even though he hasn't gotten blown up really the last couple of outings. The last 3 starts, he's averaged almost 7 walks per 9 innings. Now, the first 8 starts, outstanding, 2.49.
Yeah, and that's why the opponent's batting average has gone up in the ERA.
Jordan, get a ball on the ground, which you've been adept at doing, get to the dugout, you give up 1. You know, the blueprint I thought was thrown out there last night by De La Rosa on how to pitch when you don't have your A or maybe even B material. He ends up going 7 innings, which has been rare for a Rockies pitcher, and he gave up just 3 runs at Coors Field.
Well, he's pitched here long enough. He's had enough success here that he knows that, hey, if I keep my club close, we'll have a chance. Now, it didn't happen last night, but for Jorge, he did all he could with the 7 innings.
Well, don't know if this is hit hard enough. Culberson tried to charge and he whiffed on it. And you're going to end up with runners at second and third. And Charlie made several outstanding plays last night. He had a base hit eat him up a moment ago, and that's an error on this particular play.
Well, and this is one where he misread it because it wasn't hit hard enough, so you stay back and you get the other hop and get the force at second base. Because even if you come and glove it, you're not going to be able to make the throw back to second. You're going to only get the out at first. So you stay back, you catch it, get the lead runner, and then you have the 2 outs and a runner at first.
And now you got a lefty bat and a productive one in Miguel Montero. If you're not careful, you're going to be behind, 3 runs before you take a bat out of the rack. This will get a run in. Blackman makes the catch. Goldschmidt will score, and Prado moves up. 28th RBI for Miguel Montero, and it's 2-0 Arizona. That'll bring up Aaron Hill. Hill hitting .251, 5 home runs. He's driven in 26, the former Blue Jay. This is not to pick on Charlie Culberson or anybody else. Michael Kadire started a couple of games there. But I felt, you and I discussed this, of the position players that are most difficult to replace for the Rockies. It's the left side of that infield. Tulowitzki at short. This moves away. Runner coming. Throw to home. Not in time. On a wild pitch, Arizona gets a 3rd run. Jordan Lyles may have gotten spiked or kneed on the slide by Prado. This is just one ugly first inning, which is now going to get Walt Weiss out to check on Jordan Lyles with Scotty Garrett. I mean, this is just flat awful baseball.
Yeah, and he tried to block it. It skips away from him. Prado was scoring the whole time. Like he got his wrist twisted. It wasn't a spike. Watch his wrist go down into the knee and bent his wrist. That's what hurt him. It wasn't a spike into the hand. Good news is, I mean, at least it's his glove hand. It's not his throwing hand, where he'd have more problem. One more look at it on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Notice the wrist bend back right there. Ow. That's where he got him.
As he walks to the mound, I'll finish my thought on the 2 most irreplaceable guys. Cargo's a great player who's on the disabled list now because he's battled that finger issue and the knees to a certain degree as well. And when he's right, he's one of the elite players in the game. Understand that you don't want to lose him. But Corey Dickerson, Drew Stubbs, Brandon Barnes, those guys have done a nice job in limited roles this year. It's easier to fill in when those guys go down. Just like Michael Kadire, you didn't want to lose him, but the Rockies played well even in his absence. Nolan Arenado, Troy Tulowitzki are the most irreplaceable, guys of the position players. And with Nolan Arenado out of there, they are 2-8. And you see it a little bit on defense, certainly. And you see it on offense, and the lineup is not as deep.
Well, 2 things. One, he's a Gold Glove third baseman, and that's where also, Troy, if you were to lose him, it's Gold Glove. Those guys are hard. You don't just go pick those guys off a tree. And for Nolan, also, how many RBIs did he get with 2 outs or 2 strikes?
There's also a palpable energy that he brings every night. We see it because we're in the clubhouse and around batting practice every day, on the bus, going to the airport, all those things. there's an energy and a vitality that he brings.
Like a new puppy that you have in the house.
That's how he is.
Yeah.
And this is up the middle, a base hit for Aaron Hill.
I mean it in a good way. I mean, puppies, they put a smile on your face when you walk in the door.
Yeah. But it's a puppy that was trained well. He doesn't mess the floor up.
Yes.
David Peralta, 3 for his first 5 in the big leagues. Auto glass damage, call Safelight 303-287-5000, online at safelight.com. This inning going on the 20-minute mark, and that's high.
Well, and also extra pitches for Jordan because of the air.
(2-0) on Peralta. They have an all Venezuelan outfield. They did this on Sunday. It's the first time in National League history that occurred. Parra, Enciarte, and Peralta.
They all got hits too.
Yeah, five Venezuelans in the lineup on Sunday, and they, as you said, Huey, all had a knock. Two and one on Peralta, and this should get the Rockies out of the inning. Well, that was a flat, ugly beginning for a team trying to end a 5-game losing streak. They're down 3-0. Rockies get ready to hopefully counterpunch as Arizona picked off 3 runs in that first inning. 3 runs, only 1 of which was earned. Charlie Blackmon's going to lead things off for the Rockies. He's batting .306. He leads the club in RBIs with 38. As the rest of the Walt Weiss lineup presented by Southwest Airlines. Dickerson will bat second. Tulowitzki, Kadire, Morneau in the middle. Willeen Rosario, Charlie Culberson, LeMahieu, and Jordan Lyles against Josh Colmenter. First pitch, a fastball is high. Ball 1.
6'4", 235. Josh Colmenter out of Central Michigan.
And he'll pitch up there, and that's a fastball. It's not a changeup at 83. He'll top out about 88. His number is brought to you by Inova Cancer Care, painless outpatient treatment of prostate cancer. InovaCC.com.
Well, they had to move him into the starting rotation because they had a lot of injuries and ineffectiveness. But for Colmenter as a starter, he's 4.2, 3.50 ERA. He's won his last 3, including his first complete game last start against Cincinnati.
Yeah, it's an interesting distinction. And here we are in early June. He has a shutout and a save.
As a reliever, 8 innings pitched, a couple earned runs, 4 relief appearances.
3-2 now on Charlie. Hitting .449 his last 11 against Arizona. 0 for 3 and a walk last night.
That's the pitch that you have to lay off tonight. Good job from Charlie, because all you'll do with that pitch is pop it up. But his last start against Cincinnati, boy, it was a dandy. A complete game, 27 batters. He gave up 3 hits. You say, wait a second, 27 batters? Yeah, he had double plays. Only the 13th time in Major League history that's happened where you face the minimum of giving up 3 or more hits.
And Dickerson takes a strike.
This is where he likes to pitch, up into this area, and you have to let that one go or try to get on top of it.
Down the line, just foul. The defensive alignment for Arizona brought to you by Excel Energy. Visit responsiblebynature.com today to learn more. Peralta, Inciarte, and Parra, the all Venezuelan outfield. Prado, Gregorius, Hill, and Goldschmidt. Prado hails from Venezuela as well, as does Miguel Montero. 2 strikes on Dickerson.
Yeah,
the Rockies hopefully have an advantage with Colmenter in that they've seen him a lot. Cincinnati, not in the same division, got handled by Colmenter. And you would hope that familiarity gives you a better understanding of executing the game plan.
Yeah, especially at Coors Field here. He's had 3 starts, 19 innings pitched, 19 hits. So they know where that ball's coming from, what it looks like. Is that really his fastball when you look up at the board and see 87? Yes, it is. And all of that, because his changeup backs off into the lower 80s. And he throws right over the top. Just a unique window that you see or don't see from a pitcher very often.
And he got him, pulled the string. Dickerson gone, 1 out. And that'll bring up Tulowitzki with Blackman at first base.
You see the grip. He really spreads his pinky and his ring finger and then pronates the wrist on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Just fade. Corey reaches for that.
Troy Tulowitzki in the 9th inning with the Rockies trailing 4-1. Drove a ball against Addison Reed over the center field wall, his 15th jack of the year. Fortunately, the Rockies, who would get the tying run to the plate, could get another big hit, and they fell 4-2. Again, they've lost 5 in a row. And Tulo launches 1 foul. Troy 10 for 19 against Arizona this year, a .526 batting average. Rockies in 3rd place, 8.5 back. They didn't lose any more ground last night because Cincinnati beat San Francisco 8-3 behind Homer Bailey.
Cincinnati's leading 2-0 in the 6th against San Francisco tonight. But you can't keep relying on other clubs for losses.
No, I mean, the Rockies have to play better baseball, clearly, and for an extended period of time. And, you know, hopefully it begins tonight. It's got to begin. Yeah, you need starting pitching. That's the bottom line. The sport doesn't change, but they need to put up a crooked number one night and feel good about themselves offensively again. And this ball down the left field line, if it's fair, it'll drop. It dropped, but it was fouled by about 10 feet.
For the last 10 games for the Rockies, they've had fewer than 10 hits. I mean, this is an offense that's just built on power and a lot of hits. This is kind of the story right now where it's a chance to drop in, and it's.
And you can get by, Jeff. You know this. You played the game for more than a decade in the big leagues. You can get by, even for a team on paper that has a great offense and has performed that way through half the season. You can get by where you're not getting 12, 15 hits a night as they seemingly were every night in April and the first part of May. But you better, if you're only going to throw out 7, you better throw out a big hit or 2 in a key time.
Timely and with runners in scoring position.
This ball loud to center field, but right there is Inciarte, and that's the second out. That'll bring up Michael Kadire. Subaru brings you the manager's challenge. If there's a questionable call, instant replay will be used to determine the outcome. It's brought to you each night by Subaru. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Well, we might have one in the first inning with a throw down to first and Parra.
You know, Michael Kadire in Walt Weiss's ideal lineup hit second, something he thought long and hard about during the offseason. Put the batting champ in the second spot, a guy who could, you know, leave the yard, and it was working out really well. The problem is now with the injury to Cargo, with Nolan Arenado on the shelf, he needs Kadire in that more conventional cleanup middle of the order spot.
Yeah, so you can break up. Maybe if you wanted to put Morneau in there at some point, you hit him third, maybe fifth. Just, you know, that's what happens when you take one guy like Carlos out. When he was hitting third, and you had Troy, where you could put Kadire second, Morneau fifth, where you're mixing and matching with lefties and righties. But now with the offense and the way it's going, you need that RBI guy. You need the professional hitter, Michael, to anchor that spot down.
2-0. And this is a pop up to shallow center. And Inciarte makes the catch. Rockies got a leadoff walk from Charlie Blackmon. Nothing else. 3-0 Arizona as we go to the second. hits in the first inning against Jordan Lyles. 2 of the runs were unearned. 8, 9, and 1 in the second inning. This week on Rockies Real Time, 2013 batting champion Michael Kadire heads to the Louisville Slugger factory to not only see where his bats are made, but he gets his hands dirty, builds his very own slugger. Cuddy also sits down and talks all things baseball. Talks about the pride he takes in giving back to the community. This week on Rockies Real Time, it's Friday after the ball game.
Like some sprinkles coming down.
From where?
I know, it's one of those sun showers again. From the sky. Where do you think it's coming from?
Somebody watering their plants with a heavy sprinkler. We're going to be up in the rooftop tomorrow, weather permitting. This ball ripped to right, a base hit for Inciarte, and he's going to try to stretch it into a double. Throw on line, not in time though. Ow! He came off the bag,
and he might have sprained his ankle.
Yep. May add injury to insult. He came off the bag, and credit to Tulowitzki for keeping the tag on him. 9-6 on the putout.
And that's something you learn as an infielder when somebody's going so hard into the bag to keep the tag down on them, because there's a good chance that they will pop up off of it. Strong throw from Michael. Troy's right there. Right there. Yep, came off the bag. Once the ankle turned, he tried to release some pressure. Oh, you see the right ankle turn over like you out on the basketball court. We got on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Right there. Ouch. That's where it hurts. Troy keeps the tag down on him.
Gibby's running faster there than he ran circling the bases in '88 at Dodger Stadium.
Don't remind Walt Weiss.
Looks like Inciarte's okay. You know what I always say to the kids when they're coming off and they rolled an ankle a little bit? Ask them how old they are. 11. So you heal fast when you're 11. That's a foul ball. Inciarte's a kid. He'll be okay.
He'll be all right. Still hurts.
Yeah, he rolled it pretty well.
Oh, right down the line. That's a foul ball.
Oh, 0-1 on the native of Homer, Michigan, Josh Comenter. He's 1 for 20 at the plate this year. The Rockies have been fortunate, Huey. They're down 3-0, and they've got 2 of their 4 outs on the bases. The pickoff at first in the initial inning, and then what we just witnessed.
So I forgot to see how they rule that. Was that a double and they came off the bag? Did they say that he made it to the bag?
That's a good point. You know what? I think it should be ruled a double.
Because I saw the umpire motion that he came off of it and pushing it off to the side.
There's your answer then right there. It should be scored, and I got to change it in my book, as a double.
And then a put out.
Two and two. Got him on a slider. That's the first strikeout tonight.
Watch the umpire. Okay, he says out. He came up off the bag.
That's a double, and 9-6 on the putout. 2 gone. Didi Gregorius, who began the game by hitting a ball into the bullpen in right center field. His second career home run against the Rockies. Came on a 3-2 pitch. Gregorius last year against the Rockies, 9 for 22.
He knew it when he hit it. George knew it.
Now the Giants have just taken a 3-2 lead in the 6th on Cincinnati. That's way outside and high. Gregorius, when he was called back to the big leagues, hitting .310 at Reno. Scored 42 runs in 57 games, knocked in 25 with 3 home runs.
He started the year in the big leagues. He went to Australia. He was active for the first couple games and then was optioned when they came back to the States.
Again, he lost the battle with Chris Owings for the shortstop spot. They brought Gregorius on when they let Stephen Drew go. Ciarte explaining that he's going to live.
It's going to be okay.
Stephen Drew active again now with the Red Sox.
Cost him a few $1 million, but he's back. Hey, you want to be at Coors Field this weekend when the Rockies take on the Dodgers. Get your tickets today. Tickets are available. Reminder that Saturday's game is a 2:10 start.
Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, you would have shown up but ready for that 6 o'clock start. Saturday, 2:10 first pitch, Mountain Time.
Is that Colorado time
That's
too?
Colorado time too.
Soft line drive to first. Morneau has it, and we'll go to the bottom of the 2nd inning. The Diamondbacks leading the Rockies 3-0 in Coors Field.
Arizona with a 3-0 lead. Justin Morneau due to lead off hitting third this inning will be Charlie Culberson, and Culberson's going to get some playing time now with the injuries. This is his 80th game as a Rocky. He's played left, he's played second, short, 10th game at third tonight. He's versatile.
Been kind of able to see everything from a different angle, you know, the outfield and then all over the infield. And that's definitely helped me out as a player. You don't really think about it too much, you know. Tomorrow I might play second, or you never know, might be in the outfield. I think it's just like, just kind of go with the flow almost.
Yeah, he kind of takes it day by day, he said, and he also said, Drew and Jeff, that he's been able to observe a lot of baseball from the bench, and watching Nolan Arenado has helped him at third base. He's had a tough start tonight, and there's another ground out, so hopefully the Rockies can pick it up, guys.
All right, Mark, thank you. William Rosario will come to the plate as see Charlie getting ready in the on-deck circle. Rockies got a leadoff walk from Blackman, then a strikeout, a line out, and a fly out in the first inning. And Colementor hits the strike zone there. Let me change something we stated last inning. Enciarte gets credit for a single. If you overslide, which is basically what happened there. This ball to dead center field and over the head of Enciarte, and a double for Relene. If you overslide, even though you were safe initially, it's considered still out, trying to stretch it into a double.
It's almost like a caught stealing where you overslide the bag. But this double for Relene, there's no doubt about what this one is. It's over the head of Inciarte. This is the difference between AAA and the big leagues. He got froze. He got locked up on that one, thinking it wasn't hit that hard. But Relene has some extra power.
Culberson a chance to knock in his 7th run. Charlie had a couple of good ABs last night. Had a double in the 2nd inning. Thought he scored Relene on that double. Initially ruled safe by Jerry Lane, overturned upon video review. Josh Colementor working at Charlie Culberson.
Colementor from Homer, Michigan.
Grew up in the woods.
Where he learned how to throw.
Down the line, just foul. Who wants tacos? Remember, when the Rockies score 7 or more during any game, we're all going to stand up and cheer right now. It's been a while. Go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day as well. Do it between 4 and 6. Get your Rockies taco special. Liv Moss at Taco Bell. This is a pop-up into shallow left center field. 2 outs, and Enciarte making the catch, and that'll bring up DJ LeMahieu. DJ has quietly put together a 6-game hitting streak. He had a home run last night. He's got 2 home runs this week, his first 2 home runs of the year. Major League Draft begins tomorrow at 5 in the Mountain Time Zone. The Rockies had the 8th and 35th picks in the first round. Also the 48th pick overall.
They have 3. The Diamondbacks have 4 in the first 70. Some exciting times for some young men starting tomorrow. Some Colorado flair in all of this draft too.
Yeah, there's been more and more Colorado flair the last few years. You bet there will be. There's going to be a young pitcher out of TJ originally. Freeland's going to go high. Left-handed pitcher.
Evansville.
Playing for Jamie Carroll's brother. Purple Aces. Good Midwestern baseball program. And this is on the ground to second, and Relene is stranded at second. We'll go to the 3rd, 3-0 Arizona. 0-0 as we go to the top of the third inning. For Arizona, it'll be 2, 3, and 4 in their lineup. Gerardo Parra, Paul Goldschmidt, and Martin Prado. Along with Jeff Houston and Mark Stout, I'm Drew Goodman. We welcome you upstairs. The booth looks a whole lot better all of a sudden. Krista Morneau joins us. How are you?
Good, thank you.
You doing well?
Yes.
You're Minnesotan.
I am.
Let me hear you say Fargo.
Fargo?
You really, just let it run. Say Fargo.
I think the biggest one is if I say roof or boot.
What is that, boot?
Boot. Like you put on your boots.
Oh, okay.
your boots.
I think your husband, actually, there was a whole string. We got off the plane the other night, and everybody was wearing cowboy boots.
Yeah, he likes his cowboy boots. I don't know where that came from. But
Yeah, because I don't normally associate that with somebody from the Vancouver area. Do you?
no, I think he spent too much time in Minnesota.
Is that what it is?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Now, Jeff went to school at the University of Wyoming,
Yeah,
so he has like a
have,
fleet of
Yeah, I have
boots.
about 8 or 10 pairs of cowboy boots. They're comfortable. Why not have
That's
cowboy
what he
boots?
says.
Right?
I guess I'll go with it.
You should see how tall I am in cowboy boots. It's unbelievable.
5'6", 5'7".
No, stop. Stop. I'm like Chara, the defenseman for
Right.
Boston. Chris, it's nice of you to visit. You brought us. You know what? The last time I saw a bag like this, it had a tuna fish sandwich I forgot to eat like on Monday when I was in 6th grade.
I would say there's probably something better in there.
There is something
than
better
that.
in here, and it's
Yes.
that's what happened to my tuna sandwich. You got really solid. No, there's baseballs in here, right?
There is. The Colorado Rockies Wives charity is doing their annual grab bag, and we'll have bags like this set out by kiosk 137, and it will be June 5th and 6th.
Hold on, we're going to track this baseball for a moment. It's going to be a leadoff double for Parra. So Parra at second for Paul Goldschmidt. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. And fans will have an opportunity to buy bags for $40, and there's a signed autographed baseball inside these bags. So it's kind of a mystery. You're not going to know whose bag you're going to get, but for $40 you can get one. If you purchase 3 bags, you have the opportunity to purchase a 4th bag. And in that 4th bag, it will be All-Star Ball, and you also have an opportunity to win other autographed memorabilia.
Awesome. And you guys have done this. I know this is your first year involved. You guys have done this for years. And I know they've added a lot because in the initial season that it was done, I mean, the bags sold out in a matter of minutes.
That's what I was told. I guess they raised last year $24,000, so that's great. And this year, one of the charities that will receive funds from this is Make-A-Wish Colorado.
Awesome. Awesome.
So did you personally watch Justin sign his baseball, or you just...
Usually I'm in charge of making sure he does this stuff, but he didn't bring him home, so I guess I'm not responsible for that.
Okay.
Someone in the clubhouse.
Now, I was giving your husband a hard time earlier today. I said, you got cleaned up, dude. He said he hadn't had a haircut since January.
Yeah, we did our vow renewal in Hawaii, and he had a haircut then, and then he was just letting it go, and he's superstitious. He kind of felt like it was a good thing,
Well,
and then after the road trip, I guess it was time for a change.
In the air, fairly deep center field. Blackman will make the catch, and Parra's going to move up 90 feet.
This is a neat event that the Rockies have every year, and it's going to go for a couple days.
Yeah, it's going to be on June 5th and 6th, so that will be Thursday and Friday, and we'll be there selling these until I guess we sell out. So
make sure you get there early, just in case they do sell out. You don't want to miss out.
exactly, make sure you buy your 3 bags so that you can get your 4th with the possible signed memorabilia or all-star balls.
Excellent. Martin Prado coming up. How's the transition been for you, moving from, I know you guys were in Pittsburgh briefly last year, but you spent a lot of time in Minnesota. It's your home state. We were teasing you about that, but moving from Minnesota to Colorado.
I'm fortunate. I actually have some family that lives here, and so I've been to Colorado quite a few times, and I've loved it every time I've come. So now it's an opportunity for us to live here and kind of experience everything. And I always joke, I'm like, we traded in all our lakes, but I got some beautiful mountains. So, just kind of changing activities. But
Yeah, we have some lakes too. Outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now, do you skate as well? Because I've talked to Justin about his ice hockey background. You got out on the ice a little bit? You have to if you're from Minnesota, right?
I grew up skating on frozen lakes and ponds in the backyard. So
pond hockey.
Pond hockey. I never really got into hockey, but I can skate, so I got that.
Base hit for Prado, and it's 4-0. That's RBI number 26 for Martin. So a rough beginning here for Jordan Lyles. That'll bring up Miguel Montero.
Arizona's just kind of manufacturing some runs with the double. You get them over to third base, drive them in with the run.
But a lot of balls hit very hard.
Yeah, well, elevated baseballs. They're up in the zone. Not the quick, easy outs that we're so accustomed to seeing Jordan have.
Now, it's funny because the guy who played first base before your husband here was also, like your husband, a great player. And also, like your husband, rather superstitious. Do some of the superstitions make you laugh to this day? Or you're used to them?
I walked out with him. This was a new one, I didn't know. But we walked out together last night out of the stadium. And I kind of took a shortcut through one of the open doors, you know, and back. And he went down the sidewalk, went out this door. And I'm like, why did you do that? He's like, I got to leave the same way I came in. I was like, all right. Haven't heard that one.
See, I don't call them superstitions. I just call them routines.
And that's what he would say, too.
I once asked Helton, I said, have you always been, and I'll clean it up for a family audience, you always been like this? Todd said, nope, baseball made me that way.
This game has a way of messing with your mind.
Well, it's great, honestly, it's great to see Justin with the Rockies. He plays the game like his buddy out in right field. He plays the game as we like to say, he plays the game right. He plays it hard every night, and it's got to be nice for you, certainly, and for all the fans to see Justin playing the way he did when he was one of the game's best players a few years ago.
Yeah, it's been great. It was a couple of rough years, and so he's back, you know, playing the way that he knows he can play. For a couple of years with injuries, it was just hard. He knew he could do better and would try, but just, you know, with those ailments, wasn't able to do what he would like to do.
And that's a base hit to center field. So Montero pushes Prado to second. That'll bring up Aaron Hill. And you know, Jordan Lyles, the first 8 starts, there were a lot of ground balls, a lot of mishit ground balls, and you know, he's only walked 1 in the game, but he's not missing any barrels.
Well, his last 3, his ERA's well over 3.5. Higher. His ground ball to strikeout or fly ball ratio was second best in the National League. But we're not seeing that today. We haven't seen it for a couple starts. That's why you'll see Jimmy Wright out. Give him a quick couple reminders what he needs to do.
Let me ask you a question from a wife standpoint. We always, you know, I know this is true for my wife. I used to say, yeah, my wife does 90% everything. My wife does 100% of everything, and Jeff knows that to be the truth. For you guys, all of a sudden you got to pick up and you move, and the players quickly get to know one another because they're in a clubhouse or on a field all day. They travel with each other, so they develop relationships pretty quickly. Is it tougher for the wives to get to know one another and to get a social circle going when you move to a new city?
I would say yeah, but I was lucky enough now that we have kids. I feel like that's kind of a bond. You have something to talk about. It's not like that awkward moment where you're not sure what to say, because you know, if someone else has a kid, you can kind of be like, oh, I remember when my son did that, or my daughter. And you know, that really helped out in Pittsburgh. It was a younger team, so not a lot of people had kids, but they were all great there. And here too, the wives were all very welcome, and I had kind of Claudia Kadir to help me out and, you know, let me know names of people and kind of who has the same age of kids and all that stuff. So I was lucky enough to have Claudia here. But yeah, the wives here have been wonderful and very welcoming.
Well, in Pittsburgh, you had just that awful couple, Clinton, Summer, Barmas, to deal with, right? Very unhappy, unfriendly people, huh? Of course, they still make their home in Colorado. Aaron Hill at the plate. 2 strikes on Hill. Were you a fan of baseball growing up in Minnesota?
I was hockey.
Were you hockey?
I was hockey. The earliest memory I have is just of my grandpa listening to baseball on the radio, but other than that, it was hockey.
So you're not going to tell us you're a Minnesota Wild fan, are you?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, Krista's been nice doing this interview.
Guess this is the point where I leave, huh?
Yeah.
No,
that's okay.
You know what? It was a great series. Unfortunately for us, it didn't go the way of the Avs.
It was good playoff hockey, though.
It was good playoff hockey. Jeff's son is a defenseman, UConn, so he's got hockey in his family.
Yes, I can't skate a lick.
They try to coach you up, Huey. What can I tell you?
I know.
Two and two on Hill. One out, a run in, 2 on. Next pitch for Lyles will be his 60th, and we're just in the 3rd inning. And he gets a strikeout. 2 outs. Krista, tell us again, just people were stepped away for a moment, when the grab bag is and what the charities that'll benefit.
One of the organizations that will benefit from this event is Make-A-Wish Colorado, and it's going to be June 5th and 6th, and we will be at a kiosk located by Concourse 137, the section.
Terrific.
And just so you know, too, each player signed 2 dozen balls.
So there's going to be a lot of baseballs to go around.
There are.
Outside, David Peralta.
These kind of events are always fun for the players because they know what the charities involved and the wives to be able to connect with some of the fans. But just I guess who are you going to benefit? That's the bottom line. It's going to help other people out that aren't as fortunate.
Yeah.
Peralta on the ground to Justin, and he flips to first. Nice play by your husband. That gets the Rockies off the field 4-0. They trail. Krista, best of luck with this. It's very nice to see you, and welcome to Colorado.
Thank you very much.
No, that's got to go.
I'm pretty sure I have to take that for tomorrow night.
Krista Morneau, 4-0 Arizona. Broadband viewers from St. George, Utah. Thanks for watching the Rockies on Root Sports, and be sure to tell us where you're watching from on Twitter at RootSports_RM. You know, living near St. George, Utah, and the only reason I bring this up is we just played them, and that was Mike Aviles from the Cleveland Indians.
Yeah, because he grew up in New York.
He grew up in New York, and his wife is from that area. St. George, Utah. And that is a beautiful part of the state of Utah. Jordan Lyles takes that pitch outside. It's 1-1 on Lyles, who hit a home run against Josh Comenter when they matched up down in Phoenix.
It was a long shot to left center field. Here it was back at Chase Field. How about this flashback? So that looked like maybe the position player, not a pitcher, swinging the bat.
Now I don't get that.
Well, I can tell you, I have a theory. I think his hand's hurting him, and he didn't want to swing.
Then you know what? That has to be the reason. Because why would he can swing it? He likes to swing it. He owns a home run against him, and he tried to drag a bunt 3 times. That has to be the answer.
Yeah, because you saw how it bent back and just the extension.
Lyles gone. Charlie Blackmon walked, leading off in the bottom of the 1st inning on a 3-2 pitch. Rockies have 1 hit, a Rosario double last inning with 1 out. They trail 4-0. They've been out hit already 7-1. Trying to avoid a 6-game slide. You got to turn it around quick. I mean, something's got to ignite this team. And maybe that'll get the Rockies going. A base hit to the opposite field for Blackmon.
Another case of stringing a few together.
And I think there's a time, even more so, you know, everybody loves the home run, but this is a time where the Rockies need to have an inning where they have, you know, 6 hits, 3 doubles, a couple singles, triple in there, where everybody's partaking, and it's not just, you know, a walk, a single, and a bomb.
Right.
I mean, that's good. Don't get me wrong, but you know what I'm saying.
No, but that gets everybody going in the dugout where you go, it's single, and then you go first to third, and then you advance on the throw when they overthrow and don't hit the cutoff man.
And that's just foul over that bag from Dickerson.
Been one of those balls that you were talking about. Goldschmidt wasn't going to get it.
How about this? With guys with 25 or more at bats this year. Runners on base. Dickerson's hitting .469. That's the best mark in the league. One ball, 1 strike.
When you're on the same graphic as Miguel Cabrera and Troy Tulowitzki, taking nothing away from Josh Harrison and Michael Saunders, but you got a Triple Crown winner, and you got a guy who could be the MVP of the National League with you, and you're leading all of them.
You and I would see Michael Saunders periodically this winter. He trains down at Mike Barr's place, Bardo's, down in Parker. That's a talented guy for Seattle. Big, strong kid.
It was fun to watch his swing in the offseason, just watch him work out.
Fellow Canadian like Justin Morneau. One, and that's in there.
The rare times you've seen Corey flash like he was going to lay down a bunt.
Two and two.
He struck Corey out on the changeup in the 1st inning. The question is, will he go back to it after showing him the high fastball?
Charlie moving and fouled off. He'll come back.
He had a good jump.
And this is punched to left center. It's going to drop. And now the Rockies have 2 aboard with 1 out. Tulowitzki coming up.
That was just placing the bat on the ball. That pitch was away from Corey. He almost had to take his top hand off the bat just to get some more length. Watch him reach for this. The other top hand came off. Then it ends up being a one-handed swing. It's a smart piece of hitting.
You know, right man at the right time. Tulowitzki lined to center field. He's got a hit in 19 of his 21 games at Coors Field. He's hitting .413 with runners in scoring position, second best in the National League. You know, the Rockies have been in a horrendous slump with runners in scoring position. They hit .113 in such situations out on the road. They need to come through here. And this is going to be an easy play for Parra and right. It's going to take a 2-out hit from Kadire. You know, that may have been, you know, the Tulo of last year. Just a little impatient.
Over-anxious.
Firing at a pitch that may have been a little out of the zone.
The pitch that Josh Colemanter wants you to swing at. Tantalizing enough, but yet nothing you can do with it.
Cool Stats brought to you by Steel T Heating and Air. Never a trip charge with a repair. That's a $69 value. Go to SteelT.com. Steel T, the T stands for trust. Of the more than 18,000 players to appear in a big league game, only 797 have played in at least 1,400 games. And tonight, number 1,400 for Michael Kadire. And this ball to center field. Will it drop? Nope. And Ciarte makes the catch, and the Rockies leave 2 aboard in the 3rd. They're being shut out 4-0 at Coors Field.
Over the Rockies, Wednesday night baseball here in Denver. We were recently in Cleveland, and today is the anniversary of the infamous 10-cent beer night in Cleveland back in 1974, 40 years ago. This is my friend Hans. We go back to my KBPI rock and roll radio days. He's been bartending up here, section 222 on the Wells Fargo club level. He's been here since, what, 5 years? 5 or so years. So we were talking about 10-cent beer night. Let me show you some of the shirts that people wear in Cleveland when we were there over the weekend. I saw a lot of these shirts, Drew and Jeff, when I was in the stands. They're pretty proud of it. Now, the Indians had to forfeit that game. It was 5-5 in the ninth, and a fan came out and tipped the hat of Jeff Burroughs of the Rangers, and a fight ensued, and Billy Martin was involved, and baseball bats. But it made me think about kind of cool promotional items, and I want to show you one that I got at Veterans Stadium. This goes back to 1985. I was at the Vet, and it was Halloween night. We're going to show you this pitch first. They had Halloween night. They still do it. And they give out masks. This is a Larry Anderson mask that I had for the longest time, even had it autographed. So the question is, do you guys have any kind of kooky, crazy promotional items you got at a minor league game or a major league game? We have a Sasquatch bobblehead coming our way on Sunday. Hans wants one. Do you guys have anything come to mind?
Dickerson makes a catch. I'm thinking, Mark.
Well, I don't know about me, but I just remember Disco Night when they had that in the
that
Disco
was in Chicago.
Demolition.
Yeah,
in Chicago
with the White Sox.
Yeah.
I went to Strawberry Sunday, Drew, at Shea Stadium because Darryl Strawberry was the Rookie of the Year, and the next year they gave away Strawberry Sundays on a Sunday in April. That was '84.
Had Huey been able to fly in, he would have been all over that.
I just remember those little bats they used to give away.
Can you believe that?
Yeah, they used to give those away. Bat day. And so what would happen is you would leave the players' parking lot in Old Texas Stadium, Ranger Stadium, where you had to kind of drive through the crowd, and people would be like, "Hey, sign my bat." Well, next thing you know, they're pounding on your car. I was like, I didn't like that bat giveaway day.
That reminds me of the Yankees used to have bat day that was followed shortly thereafter by razor blade night, and they had to cancel both of those in the future.
They didn't like it.
Years.
Yeah.
It just wasn't the proper combination.
No. I just remember that bat giveaway day.
All right, so there you go. 10-cent beer night 40 years ago today. Thought we remember it.
10-cent beer night. Wow. Mark, you're the best, man. You come up with some interesting stuff. He really does.
Well, what gets me, though, is he saved the Larry Anderson mask.
Dougie just came up with one. Tomorrow, no, it's not tomorrow. July 5th is Seinfeld night for the Brooklyn Cyclones because it's the 25th anniversary of the first episode of Seinfeld. And they're giving away Magic Loogie bobbleheads. The things you can do in minor league baseball promotionally, right? 2 outs, Gregorius at the plate. Home run, line drive to first. Rockies 74-69 all time at Coors Field against Arizona. And a ground ball to DJ. 1, 2, 3, 4th inning for Lyles. 4-0 Arizona. Rockies 4-0. Josh Colmenter has allowed the Rockies just 3 hits. And in the 4th inning, Justin Morneau, Willeen Rosario, and Charlie Culberson. And fresh off that feature that Mark did on giveaways at the ballpark, we have one coming up.
Yeah, the first 15,000 fans on Sunday, June 8th, will receive a Sasquatch bobblehead gnome. It's courtesy of Jack Link's Beef Jerky. So make sure you get to the ballpark early. First 15,000 fans.
Hold on one second. Doug, come here for one moment. Doug is the soon-to-be father-to-be. Doug, come down here.
He shaved today.
He did.
Yes.
He shaved. Because I thought there was a striking resemblance prior to Dougie shaving.
Yep. Gates will open 2 hours prior to game time, so make sure you get here. Don't miss out on this.
Handsome fella.
Yes, he is.
2 strikes, the count on Justin Morneau.
We'll set him right up here.
And Morneau bounces one through the right side. I know he's, for a second, just for a second, because Parra didn't charge that ball at all. He has that great arm. Maybe he was trying to bait Morneau, knowing that Justin will try to take an extra bag. But down 4-0's not the time.
No, but we've seen Justin do it before. But Gerardo Parra's a little bit like Carlos Gonzalez. And he'll lull you to sleep out there and then just show the great arm.
Inside on Willeen, he doubled over the head of the center fielder Inciarte in the 2nd inning.
Because of that, Inciarte's moved back 4 strides. It's not going to happen again unless you hit it out of the park. And that'll work.
Center field, and Inciarte will make another play. 1 out. Charlie Culberson will come up. Well, it's time for you to tweet us your Rockies fan photos. Use the hashtag #COFanPhoto for an opportunity to have it shown during a game broadcast. It's brought to you by AT&T. Culberson hit a fly ball to Inciarte in the 2nd inning as well. Rockies Franklin Morales, who just got moved to the bullpen, up to work in long relief potentially. Lyles is due up 2 doors down.
Franklin, he's had some rest now. He pitched in Cleveland on Saturday.
Rockies dug themselves a hole in the 1st inning when they gave up 3 runs. There was an error in that 1st inning as well, actually, on Charlie. 2 of the runs were unearned. Culberson has thrown 13 consecutive scoreless innings.
Right-handers hitting a measly 167 against Culberson. Lefty's the 300, but
last year he worked out of the bullpen. He led the National League in innings out of the bullpen with 92.
Remember a couple years prior to that, he was in their starting rotation and pitched in the playoffs. Finished 5th in the Rookie of the Year voting in 2011.
Well, they're not going to take him out of the rotation right now, not the way he's throwing. In fact, the two guys that led the National League in innings pitched out of the bullpen a year ago are both in rotations now. Alfredo Simon was in Cincinnati's rotation. Rockies beat up Simon. That was the night they won 11-2. Prado gets an out at first, the prudent thing to do with a 4-run lead. And with 2 outs, Morneau goes to second, and that'll bring up LeMahieu.
Martin Prado, he makes the right decision to come get that because it was a higher hop. Get it on the short pick.
Brandon Barnes in the on-deck circle as you see Jordan Lyles. The way Frankie's been throwing down in that bullpen, even if DJ makes an out here, it looks like Walt's going to turn the ball game over to Morales.
He was throwing with some urgency.
Gregorius will whip it across, and the Rockies are done in the 4th inning. They trail 4-0. Looks like Lyles' evening is done. We'll talk to Walt Weiss from the dugout next. Right now, do you feel like offensively your team's not just pressing individually, but as a group trying to pick things up?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. We just need to get going as an offense. We've hit a tough stretch here, and we need to grind our way through it and put together good innings offensively.
Yeah, for Jordan Lyles tonight, his ball was up a couple times, but did he get hurt at that slide at home with his wrist?
He did. He hurt his wrist. It was his left wrist, but he's still he's having a hard time even putting his hand in his glove. So we got to get him out of the game at this point, and Morales coming in.
All right, Walt, we appreciate it. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks.
So Franklin Morales will take over.
The second time this year that he's come out of the bullpen. Did it earlier and then was reinserted into the starting rotation, moved back out, and now coming in relief. And this is where he's had the bulk of his work in his major league career, is coming out of the bullpen. His success has been where he come in, and it's not just a situational left-hander. He'll come in for sometimes an inning or an inning and 2/3. He has to eat a couple innings tonight. But the good thing about that is he obviously is stretched out, ready to go.
Well, it's our Toyota Talk inning, so we'll get to some questions as well. First question tonight: who are we looking to draft tomorrow? Cody, a fan in Texas.
Look, I think it kind of depends on what happens earlier in the draft. With the Rockies, they have the 8th pick overall. And then you just kind of have to wait to see. I mean, last year there was 2 or 3 guys, and Jonathan Gray fell to their spot in the 3rd with the 3rd pick.
You know, there are a number of high-quality college pitchers this year coming out. The draft is pretty deep, and the Rockies have 3 picks in the first 48. So they figure to get some quality talent. We'll find out. We'll be able to tell you more tomorrow. And that pitch misses to Parra. Why is it called a Baltimore chop? You played in Baltimore. Why is it called a Baltimore chop?
Well, because originally it happened in Baltimore where they really did the dirt by home plate. Their grounds crew did.
Dougie's writing furiously. We get this question every 4 years. John McGraw's teams in the late 1800s would chop down on the baseball.
That's how it became known as the Baltimore chop.
2 balls and a strike. Morales working a Parra. Single and a double for Parra tonight. 7 hits to just 4 for the Rockies. Rockies were out hit 9-7 last night. In the air to left, right at Corey Dickerson. 1 out. Paul Goldschmidt coming up next. What can we expect from Eddie Butler? And that's a good question, because you know, expectations early on, what is reasonable? I mean, you expect him to come up, you know, and throw a 2-hit shutout. That'd be awesome to see. But as Walt pointed out about a week and a half ago, and he saw Eddie Butler throw a fair amount during spring training. He was at big league camp for a decent period of time. So was John Gray. Said he's got the stuff. Now what is required is to learn how to win at the big league level. And the only way you get that is through experience.
There is a learning curve. I just hope that people don't expect him to be the savior. I mean, it's hard when a young pitcher comes up, and he has the tools. He's got a hard sinking fastball, slider, good changeup, and he competes like heck. But he's also young, and he will take some lumps from these major league hitters. Pitches that are swung at in the minor leagues won't be swung at here. So he'll have good days, and there might be some times where he goes out there and gets hit around.
Well, he's got high aptitude. The Rockies have been very impressed with how tough-minded he is, how competitive he is. And we're talking about the draft. He was a supplemental #1 out of Radford back east. You know, not a big-time school. But the reason I point that out again is a lot of good players go. That gets underneath the glove of Tulowitzki, and that'll be a hit for Prado. It's his second hit of the game. Again, a lot of good players go in that supplemental area.
Well, and that's where the losing free agents or signing free agents to get the extra pick. That ball was hit hard from Prado. Just out of the reach of Troy. He's just trying to get there and couldn't quite close the glove on it.
Miguel Montero with 1 out, 2 on. Sac fly and a base hit for Montero. They turned it over. Wow, I didn't think there was any way. It helps with Montero running. 3-6-1. Great job by Morales to get over and cover. Tulowitzki fired a strike to a moving target. Colorado Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by the Ford Super Duty. Built better, built stronger, built Ford tough. By Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. And by CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And the gorgeous sunset. Rockies trailing 4-0 as they bat here in the 5th inning. And Franklin Morales will lead it off. The Rockies could have double switched when they brought in Morales, trying to get length out of him, opted not to do it. So Morales and then Blackman and Dickerson.
We are carrying 5 bench guys. Just called up Ryan Wheeler. He could have been an option for a double switch.
Chop foul. Let's show you the moves the Rockies made again today. And if you're late to joining us, Carlos Gonzalez was put on the disabled list with that finger ailment. Ryan Wheeler, as Jeff just mentioned, recalled from AAA Colorado Springs. Jordan Pacheco was designated for assignment today, so the Rockies have 10 days to either put him on waivers, work a deal for him. Michael McHenry was recalled for a second time from the Sky Sox as well, so McHenry's now working as the backup catcher. The Rockies will go at least 2 weeks without their all-star left fielder.
Chance for Carlos to heal that finger. Talking to Keith Duggar today, it's going to be about 10 days of no activity. It's his left index finger. And then they'll start to work him back in to see how it responds.
Which is based on that timetable, and I spent some time with Doogie today, and that generally would indicate it's probably going to be longer than a 15-day stay.
Yeah, because once he starts to swing the bat again, it'll be a progression, like a throwing progression for a pitcher.
Morales walks. Just the second walk allowed by Colmenter. Charlie Blackman coming up. Charlie walked once and had a base hit through the left side. The day after every Rockies win, get 40% off your online order at Papa John's. Enter the promo code ROCKSWIN at papajohns.com. You know, baseball today lost a legendary figure with ties to Colorado. Back to when the Rockies began with Don Baylor at the helm, and right next to him was Don Zimmer as the bench coach. Don Zimmer today passed at 83. And I don't know anybody in the game of baseball, and he devoted his entire life to the sport. I don't know anybody who came in contact with Zim who did not adore him.
So much fun to just talk to, listen to the stories, and you can just go on and on and on.
Don had heart surgery a couple of months ago. Two-strike count on Blackman, so he'll go in battle mode. He's played 12 years in the big leagues. I think he really came to prominence as Joe Torre's right-hand man with those terrific Yankee teams in the 90s. Of course, he managed also. I mean, some people, I say that, but you know, he was a manager prior to working with Joe Torre.
He was a Cubs manager from mid-'80s to early '90s.
Gregorius knocks it down, won't get it out there. Good hard slide by Morales, and he ends up dumping Aaron Hill.
How about the hustle from Franklin Morales? I mean, what a play. Once his ball is booted by Gregorius, it was hit hard. He did try to keep it in front of him, but watch Frankie go into second base. I like this.
He froze for a second, make sure the line drive was down, and he goes in hard to Hill.
Nice shot, Subaru Supermo. Nothing dirty about the play, just clean hard over the bag. That doesn't get you fired up in the dugout. Nothing will.
Coming from one of your pitchers, no less. So let's see if the Rockies can build on this. 2 men on, nobody out. Corey Dickerson with Tulowitzki on deck.
And also a base hit for Charlie because of the hustle.
Dickerson a base hit his last time up. Center field, and that'll drop. Stu Cole will hold Franklin Morales at third, and the Rockies have the bases loaded, nobody out, and the shortstop's coming up.
It all started with the walk and then a hustle infield single. And a sinking line drive to center field from Corey Dickerson. The more this guy plays, just the more you watch him and you admire the swing. Troy was aggressive last time with the runner at second base. In the third inning, flew out to right. See how they pitch him. If they pitch him away, you drive it to right center.
Inside ball one. Rockies down 4-0. Tulo drives it high and deep to center field. Enciarte going back, still going back. It hits off the wall. Track meet around third. Dickerson will be held. The throw's offline. Two-run double. Tulowitzki. Rockies are back in it. A reason to stand and cheer. Milestone double as well for Troy, his 200th career.
And that time, like I mentioned prior to this at bat, he waited because he knew how they were going to throw him. He waited a fraction longer to hit this ball to right field. Up and away from him, and he just drives it.
And I'll tell you what, Huey, Stu Cole managed third base tremendously well. Because I think if he sends Dickerson here, he knows there's a deficit, Dickerson's going to be out.
Well, the problem, too, is as close as he was to Charlie because he could see the read. So Stu's having to wave one guy while holding the second guy. So he's got one arm going, go home. The other guy stops on him.
And that, we laugh about it, but that's not easy to do.
No,
Because literally, the way it worked out, Dickerson was right on Charlie's tail.
They're 3 strides apart.
Nobody out. And here's Kadire. And Michael bloops one behind right field or first base, and it drops. And the Rockies tie it up. Kadire, like a drop shot in tennis, hit it in the absolute perfect spot. And it's a 4-4 game.
You're just an inning or two late. Didn't you say this was what the Rockies needed a couple innings ago?
Exactly.
Yeah, you get a couple singles, you get a walk, you get a chip shot down the right field line that drops in, 2-run score, and now the game's tied. You get this crowd excited again. I mean, they've just been sitting waiting for something to happen.
Good read by Tulo also.
One more look on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Yeah. Look at the energy now. Foot on the bag. Helping the umpire Mike DeMuro out.
Yeah, and look at how fired up Tulo is. You don't think it's been a frustrating 10 days for this club?
Right.
And they're going to go and review this thing. We just watched it a couple of times. The play at the plate. That's a dugout that has been waiting and waiting and waiting to erupt. This is going to stand. The crowd just saw it on the Jumbotron. This manager's challenge brought to you by Subaru's EyeSight Driver Assist technology, a vigilant safety feature that gives peace of mind to every drive. Watch Montero.
And watch the left foot, right there, safe. And the tags applied. I mean, Kirk Gibson's saying I have nothing to lose. They're trying to get this, but this is going to be confirmed, and it is.
Jerry Lane giving the indication to crew chief, the third. So the Rockies have tied it up on that Michael Kadire base hit. RBIs 14 and 15 for Cuddy. Tulo, by the way, has 40 ribbies now. He overtakes Charlie Blackmon for the club lead. And there's still nobody out. Coleman's got to face Justin Morneau. Justin singled an inning ago. A walk to Morales. Frankie started this in the hustle play.
Yes, it all started with the pitcher doing what he could do to help the club.
And this ball driven to deep center field. Enciarte reaches up and makes a grab on a 400-foot line drive by Justin Morneau.
We talked about this club needing something to get them excited. Going into tonight's game, in the last 12 ball games, the Rockies were hitting 114 with runners in scoring position, 9 for 79. They'd been 0 for 4 prior to this inning, and now they're 3 for the last 3.
And there's the igniter, Franklin Morales. And we said it every start with Frankie. I mean, a lot of the starts didn't turn out as he would like, or anybody following the Rockies. A few did. I mean, it's not like he threw a brick every time he went out there. But the one thing you can always say about Morales, it's one of the reasons the Rockies wanted him back in the fold, as this is fouled off, is that guy goes out with steely eyes and he's ready to compete in whatever he's asked to do.
Yeah, it's not gonna, it didn't work out all the time. It didn't. But compete. That's all you can ask for somebody. And did he ever compete in this half inning? I mean, it was 8 pitches to get the walk, and then taking out the second baseman on a hustle slide at second base.
Rosario, he bloops one down that right field line. Parra is not going to get near it, though.
Parra's run almost a track meet, 440 out there right field.
You're dating yourself. It's now 400 meters.
Is that what it is? Not a 440 anymore?
Well, we thank you for tweeting in your questions last inning. For more answers to your questions, visit the Root Sports Facebook page, facebook.com/RootSportsRN. Pulled in the hole. And Coleman's not fooling the Rockies any longer. 2 on, 1 out for Culberson. Randall Delgado, he was up last night, didn't get in the ball game. He's up now for the Diamondbacks, former Atlanta Brave.
Still only 1 out.
Good swing by Culberson.
Well, and you could just see the swings and the way the guys are attacking the pitches now from Coleman. They're not defensive swings. Troy's blast to right center field.
Rockies trying to snap a 5-game losing streak. And a couple last year. Everett lost 6 in a row. Nick Bassett up now for the Rockies. 1-1 on Culberson. Short. This could be 2. There's 1, and on to first, safe. Culberson beat it, and that could be key. As now LeMahieu will have an opportunity to drive home Michael Kadire, who's at third.
Shows you the speed of Charlie Culberson. Also bounced. Bounced into the glove.
You know, Kirk Gibson doesn't have
no,
a challenge.
He doesn't.
And if he
that's
did,
the one he might want to.
Yeah, because I think Culberson was out.
Since he lost his challenge on the call at home plate, does not have another one.
LeMahieu bounces it to Gregorius, and this time Culberson is out at second. In the inning, the Rockies have tied it up. They produced 4 runs. The big blows, a Tulowitzki 2-run double and a single down the right field line that scored 2 off the bat of Michael Kadire. tonight's First Bank game recap. Put the 7th inning stretch to good use. Sign up for First Bank's free checking at efirstbank.com. Well, the Rockies spotted Arizona 4 runs. They just got even the last half inning. Tulowitzki booming double with the bases loaded. Jordan Lyles left after the 4th inning. It was his left hand or wrist that was bothering him. He had a tag play on a wild pitch at the plate, and he jammed his left hand. And he hung around for 3 more innings, in fact, but left after 4. 4 runs, 9 hits for each club. It'll be the 2nd inning of work for Franklin Morales, now working out of the bullpen. So the Rockies have 3 lefties down there, if you include Boone Logan and Rex Brothers. And they have, for the moment, an extra reliever. They'll have to make another roster move come Friday when Eddie Butler makes his major league debut. Aaron Hill, a single and a strikeout. 6, 7, and 8 for the Diamondbacks. Drew Goodman, Jeff Houston upstairs. Mark Stout. Talking about my old friend Mark Mosier, because we had the hockey game on in the background. Avalanche radio play-by-play guy. Spoke with him on our radio show today.
Fun to listen to.
Yeah, Mosier gets excited. Good broadcaster. 2 balls and a strike on Hill, but Mark Stout working the ballpark, trying to find novelty items. That's a base hit up the middle, and you know, Mark did that piece on ballpark giveaways, and our friend Dave Platty, longtime sports information director, director of communications at the University of Colorado, said he had the wrapper from when they gave out Reggie bars at the 78 Yankees opener. And he said he also has a kazoo from the '82 Denver Bears kazoo night, and he was the PR guy for the Denver Bears then. Rich Donnelly, we all know well. Rich spent time here as the third base coach for Jimmy Leland, and then
I think he's back with Seattle now.
Yeah, he's back in the big leagues with Seattle. Rich was the manager. He called up to the press box in the 3rd inning, wanted to know whose stupid idea was, because 3,000 kids were kazooing away at every moment.
I think he has a good point.
Yeah. That would have been funny.
That would have.
Peralta's behind 1 and 2.
Mentioned Peralta last night. He was a pitcher in St. Louis's organization. He was 5-8 with a 4.52 ERA. I'm going to change up and go to pitching, or go to hitting.
Keeps the bat alive.
It does not look comfortable on the slider from the left-hander.
Center field pretty well hit. Blackman makes the catch, 1 out. And that'll bring up Ender Inciarte.
June 25th is Sustainability in the Stadium Day. Join the Rockies and Plastics Make It Possible in our effort to raise awareness of recycling plastics and reducing waste at Coors Field. Fans who recycle plastics at the custom recycling machine will receive a special T-shirt.
Strike 1 on Inciarte. Cody Ross has come out in the on-deck circle to hit for Comenter. There's Cody.
Cody has his little boy on the trip with him.
It may be some sort of family trip, because Eric Chavez has his son as well on the trip. That's a strike. It's 0-2 on Inciarte. Inciarte's from Maracaibo in Venezuela, which is the home city of Carlos Gonzalez as well. much like dealing with Franklin Morales. Ooh, as you see, did get a piece of it. I thought he was gone.
I don't know how. We'll see from the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. I mean, where did he catch that on the bat? Boy, I don't know if he did.
One and two.
Reminds me of the other day in Cleveland when the umpire said that ball had hit DJ LeMahieu's bat when it missed it by 4 inches.
That was terrible. I mean, that wasn't even close. No. Another opportunity for Blackman in center. Chuck Nasty's got it, 2 outs. And now Cody Ross will pinch hit in a 4-4 game in the 6th.
Cody 0 for 7 pitch hitting.
Wells Fargo customers, get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. Cole Mentor, the axe thrower from Homer, Michigan, is done.
Better explain that one for people who hadn't heard. Didn't want to think anything bad about Cole Mentor. That's how he learned how to throw a baseball, throwing axes out in the woods. It's the same throwing motion.
Charlie, go get this one. He's about to tie a major league record. Nice job by Chuck Nasty. He had all 3 putouts in the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Rockies in a 4-4 game.
Rockies have plenty of outfielders. In fact, Brandon Barnes is about to pinch hit. Then it's Blackman and Dickerson. I asked Charlie Blackman, I wanted outfielder on outfielder to tell me about Corey Dickerson. Listen to what he said.
Dickerson he's a really good player. He's one of the guys who I really enjoy watching hit because I think he has some of the most just natural bat to ball hitting ability that I've ever seen. Anywhere.
That shows you Blackman's personality. And Jeff, talk about that, the natural bat to ball. It sounds simple, but what does Corey Dickerson do so well when he's at the plate?
Well, he was just blessed with it when he was born. Some guys, you can work all you want off the tee, off the machine, whatever it is. Some guys just have that uncanny ability of somehow getting the bat to the ball. And sometimes it doesn't look pretty, and mechanically it doesn't work at times. But all he does is hit. And that's what he did in the minor leagues. Hit over 300 in his whole minor league career. And big leaguers even appreciate guys that do that. for Randall Delgado. Came over from Atlanta in a 7-player trade in the offseason for the Upton deal. 469, 23 strikeouts, and 13 relief appearances. Been in the rotation for 3 games. A hard thrower. 92 miles an hour on the fastball.
Barnes in a ditch 0-2. Charlie Blackmon on deck. We just heard from Charlie. Here's the 0-2, and it's fouled off.
Delgado's second best pitch is his changeup. It's about 9 to 10 miles an hour off the fastball.
There it is, right there. That was filthy. A similar repertoire to Josh Coleman, except he's got a lot more giddy up on the heater.
Yeah, and that's what it's hard for hitters to look fastball and then adjust to that changeup. Kind of the changeup's kind of the staple for the Braves organization. They teach that down in the minor leagues. That's where Delgado came from.
Auto glass issues, trust Safelite. Online at safelite.com. Phone number 303-287-5000. Heater inside.
This is where after you face a guy like Coleman that's not as overpowering, you think I've got to get the ball down in the zone. I have to lay off his fastball. It's kind of nice when you go back to a more traditional style pitcher.
Popped up right side for Hill. First time tonight that Chuck Nasty's been retired. 2 outs, and that'll bring up Corey Dickerson. 2 for 3 tonight. The final numbers on Coleman are 5 innings, 9 hits, 4 runs, all have earned, a couple walks, a couple of punch outs through 81 pitches. This will be on the bullpens tonight. 4-4, bottom of the 6th inning. But Dickerson can run into one.
Both ball clubs had off days on Monday, so everybody's ready to go out of the pen. Maybe the only guy for Colorado would be Rex, who had 26 pitches last night. A lot of managers like to stay away from a guy after he throws a 1 inning and over 25 pitches. But depending on how he feels all right, he'll tell the manager, I'm good to go.
Boone Logan, Adam Ottavino in the Rockies bullpen. When Arizona acquired Delgado, he's rated the number 3 prospect in the Braves organization. 2-2.
His name was bantered around a lot as far as if you're going to make a trade with the Braves, this guy has to be included in it.
Morales went 2 innings. Didn't allow a run, 3 hits. And this is popped up to short right center field. Ciarte will make the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Randall Delgado. So we turn the page to inning number 7. Rockies 4, Diamondbacks 4. The Colorado Lottery, don't forget to play. By Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. And by 5-Hour Energy. 5-Hour Energy helps recognize those who, despite their own needs, put others first. 7th inning, Didi Gregorius is going to lead off. The top of the order for Arizona. And Boone Logan is on for the Rockies after 2 innings from Franklin Morales, 4 innings from Jordan Lyles initially tonight.
That's where it helps to have that third left-hander out in the pen. You can follow up one with the other, and that's what Walt Weiss is doing with Boone Logan. 2 left-handers to start this inning, and Gregorius and Parra. Get those 2 guys out before you'd have to face Goldschmidt.
And Boone pitched a solid inning Sunday in Cleveland. That was his last outing. Giants came back and won that ball game against the Reds tonight, 3-2.
Ryan Vogelsong started for San Francisco.
Gregorius, a home run leading off the ball game. That's a good looking slider. It's 1-1. Gregorius, we mentioned, born in Amsterdam, moved with his family to Curacao when he was 4. Both Didi, his older brother Johnny, and their dad played baseball for the Curacao national team. All right, here's what we're going to do with our team. Get a few guys and we'll call the Gregoriuses and we'll be good to go.
Like a pretty good start.
Yeah. Didi's dad goes by the same name and was a 2-way player, played professionally a little bit as well. He was a pitcher and a position player. Swung on and missed, and Gregorius is gone. Boone Logan fans him. That'll bring up Gerardo Parra.
Parra 0 for 4 career against Boone.
Here's our AT&T fan photo of the game. See what we have in store tonight. What do we have here?
Dad helping the child with a little instruction in baseball.
All right. Tweet your photo to #COFanPhoto for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast. It's brought to you each night by AT&T. Parra's hit 8 of his last 9. Tonight a single, a double, and a fly ball to left. Always been a big fan of his game. Solid offensive player, a little bit of pop, and a great defender.
Keep trying to give his job to somebody else.
Seems that way, doesn't it, Huey?
And he just waits for his chance and then goes about the business.
See, that could be a fan, an 18-2 fan photo right there.
Quick, take a selfie.
Three
that
now.
Pitch. Yes, that one was inside, but the second one looked like it caught the forward strike zone. What is it about left-handers showing a Parra?
Last night he walked a couple times against De La Rosa. That'll bring up Paul Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt a walk, a deep fly ball to center, and a single. Goldschmidt will not face the left-hander Logan. He's going to go and bring in Adam Ottavino. Tied at 4, 1 out, 1 on in the 7th for Arizona. For the Cooney Lexus look back, Rockies trailed 4-0, and it began when Didi Gregorius led the game off with a home run against Jordan Lyles. Second career home run at Coors Field for Didi Gregorius. Then the Rockies loaded the bases, nobody out. Tulowitzki hit a long double. His 200th career two-bagger. He drove in 2, and then a moment later, Michael Kadire dropped one perfectly inside the right field line. A 2-run single. And the Rockies were even at 4. That's where we stand with 1 out in the 7th inning. Again, Cooney Lexus brings us that each night. Cooney Lexus, where luxury has a new address, Greenwood Village, Colorado Springs. Paul Goldschmidt. And Adam Ottavino misses with his patented slider. It's ball 1.
I know he's anxious to get back out onto the hill after suffering the walk-off in Cleveland on Sunday. The Michael Bourne home run, but still just 3 walks on the season for Adam.
sliders delivered into the strike zone. 1-1. Brooklyn native Adam Ottavino against the Texan Paul Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt from the Woodlands in Texas. You know, he was on the same high school team, the mythical national championship team back in '06 with one Kyle Drabeck, a #1 pick. Doug Drabeck's son. 1 and 2. And he was drafted real late out of high school by the Dodgers, 49th round, and he instead chose to go to school in San Marcos, Texas, Texas State. They're in the Southland Conference.
Yes,
right?
they are.
His son Cody will be playing against them beginning next year. Cody going to Abilene Christian.
It's been fun to watch the college regionals.
It's been a blast.
Some of the upsets, but just see the hustle and the heart and determination of those kids. The super regional will culminate with the trip to Omaha.
1-2. Swung on and missed. And Ottavino strikes out the dangerous Paul Goldschmidt. 2 outs in the 7th.
Right out of the hand from Adam on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Sitting there like a fastball. Nope. It's going down. Just wave at it.
Martin Prado, 2 for 3 tonight. He reached on an error on Charlie Culberson in the 1st inning. Part of a 3-run 1st inning for Arizona. Heater misses at 94. A little bit on that slider.
I don't blame him. Starts that slider at you. You're gonna bail. You think I've got to open the hips? I've got to get to this pitch because it's going to be inside. And by the time you recognize it as not, that's the swing that it produces.
Got him. I think it did hit him. Yep.
That's a shame because Prado was 0 for 7 with 3 strikeouts. Career versus Adam.
Well, now it puts the go-ahead run at second base.
Oh, and it caught the elbow guard.
So Miguel Montero will come up. Miguel, sac fly in the 1st, a single in the 2nd. He grounded into a 3-6-1 double play in the 5th inning.
This is the guy that just really scares you just because of his swing. I mean, he can reach out and catch a backdoor slider and hook it with the best of them.
Attacking him with fastballs right now. Montero having a better year offensively this season than a year ago. He hit just 230 last year. Miguel's been one of the better offensive catchers in the game the last few years. Durable guy, too. He catches regularly over 1,000 innings.
He leads all catchers in games right now and innings, so that just speaks to his durability.
You know, in 2011, 18 home runs, 86 driven in. 2012, 15 and 88. Both years hit above 280.
After the 12th season, that's when he signed that big contract.
Yeah, last year his numbers slipped. That's fouled off. 230, 11 home runs, 42 driven in. He's one of the leaders, one of the most vocal members of that Arizona clubhouse. Tony La Russa, if you're wondering, is not traveling with the Diamondbacks. And he was hired a few weeks ago as, for lack of a better term, the czar of baseball operations for Arizona. He's been traveling in the minor leagues, checking out their system. All of their minor league affiliates are over 500 right now. That is a base hit. Around third comes Parra, and he's going to score the go-ahead run. And now how big was that hit by pitch? That'll be charged to Boone Logan. Parra scores. So you get a walk with a left-on-left guy. Logan, you know, is in there to face two lefties. He walked Parra on 4 pitches, and then you have the ball that grazed Prado, pushed him to scoring position. Then Montero comes through.
And what did I say about Montero? He scares you because he can reach out and pull and hook a slider, and that's what he did on that pitch.
That run charged to Logan. Aaron Hill at the plate, and he takes ball 1. So the clean game defensively on the hill, along with an offense that's been in a funk. It just eludes the Rockies right now. You think back, when was the last time they really played a clean game defensively coupled with pitching? I mean, there have been good games defensively.
Yeah,
I don't
sure.
mean that, but you know,
they put all 3 components together.
Right, where you get a solid start and the bullpen keeps the opponent at bay.
You get the timely hits.
Franklin Morales did his part, both pitching and when he had an opportunity to go to the plate. He walked and had a hustle situation where he got the second, beating a throw after a bobble. Two and two. Three and two.
Where you remind yourself as an infielder with a 3-2 count, the runner will take off, that you have to throw all the way across the diamond. See guys point to first. Fielders telling the outfielders the runners will be going. They'll throw the baseball if it's hit.
Strike 3, locked him up with a slider. But in the inning, Arizona pushes out front again with a 2-out single by Miguel Montero. 5-4. Stretch time at Coors Field. And after you stretch, Troy Tulowitzki will lead things off in the bottom half of inning number 7. bottom of the 7th inning. Tulowitzki, Kadire, Morneau. Time for the CenturyLink link to what's next. One more game with Arizona. That's tomorrow night. Then the Dodgers come a-calling for 3. And then Atlanta for 4. In fact, Atlanta will be in Arizona to take on the Diamondbacks over the weekend. And the Rockies will head west for a 6-game road trip. The Giants and the Dodgers before Milwaukee comes to town the 3rd week of June. Second inning of work for Randall Delgado. You got the Rockies in order in the 6th. Tulowitzki, a big double to center field with the bases loaded.
And then the high energy slide into home.
High energy slide. He ran well, and I mean, he was so pumped when he jumped up because the Rockies down by 4 tied the game.
The save sign and the fist bump all in one motion.
You know, I think sometimes Troy is misunderstood. He is driven to be the absolute best player that he can be, and he wants to win desperately. And you see at times kind of this stoic figure, and you know he's dealt with a myriad of injuries. And people who aren't around don't understand how important winning is to him. And you saw a snippet of just how important it was, that reaction in the middle innings when he scored to tie up the game.
And you also see when he's healthy what kind of player he is, where he could just change games by himself. He's one of the
5, 6, 7 best players in the game. He's on that list wherever you want to insert him. And he's the leading vote getter right now in the National League. Actually, he's the leading vote getter in Major League Baseball. He moved ahead in the last voting of Mike Trout.
And rightfully so.
And rightfully so. It gives you an idea. I mean, Mike Trout has become an uber star and gets a lot more attention playing in Southern California than Troy gets. But the fans, the good baseball fans around the country have taken notice. And obviously the folks here in our region know how special this guy is. 2-1 on Tulo. Good eye. 3-1. This is where he's really been so good. He's been patient.
He's talking to himself.
You got to do that, right? Huey?
Yes.
Part of being a baseball player.
I remember Ricky Henderson used to do that. He used to talk to himself all the time.
One of the great Ricky Henderson stories that Jay Alvis, who worked with him in Oakland, tells. Ricky, well, we'll see if we can sneak it in. 3-1. This ball is high and fat. Ricky went to the plate. The first pitch went over. He goes, Ricky, that's okay. You didn't like that one. Next pitch was over the. Ricky swung on and just fouled it off. He said, man, Ricky, you were on that one. You were on that one. Next pitch. And he goes, Ricky, you're the best. You were on that one. You're the best. Next pitch came in. It was called strike 3. He goes, that's all right, Ricky. You're still the best. And he walked off.
but yeah, you got to pump yourself up.
Yeah.
That's still a fantastic story.
Right. And Ricky was the best.
Yep.
First time I heard that story, I was crying. I was laughing so much. Punch single right field. Great at bat for Tulowitzki. And the Rockies have the tying man on. Good piece of hitting, Jeff.
It was because they were all over the strike zone. I mean, in and out, up, down. That's what you have to do with somebody that can hit like Troy. And that's, we talk about staying on a pitch and not trying to do too much. That was a prime example.
Michael Kadire, 0-1. Cuddy, a 2-run single his last time up. Rockies hit a bunch of home runs against Arizona this year. None tonight so far. That's a base hit right center field. Tulowitzki's going to get to third, maybe home. He'll get a stop sign from Stu Cole. And it's a double for Kadire. Tying run at third, go-ahead run at second here in the seventh with nobody out.
Well, because nobody's out, and you have Justin Morneau coming up. You hold Troy, you hold Michael, let him drive them both in. But both swings this inning are with guys that have had a lot of plate experience. Troy takes it the other way, and Michael takes it the other way. For Kadire, that's double number 6 this season. That'll be it for Delgado. Joe Thatcher, former Padre. Is Troy hurt?
No, he's walking off the field. I don't know if he's walking off just momentarily while the pitching change is made. Nobody's replaced him yet. Still got the helmet on.
It's tough to tell from that angle.
He's getting a drink. He's coming back out. He's
okay,
all right.
Good. That was scary.
Well, again, with his history, you're always concerned. We'll step aside. Joe Thatcher against Justin Morneau when we come back. 2 on, nobody out. Temporarily, Arizona 2 in scoring position. Nobody out. Justin Morneau against the veteran left-hander Joe Thatcher. Tulowitzki singled. He's at third. Kadire doubled. He's at second, and he was right on that slider. I mean, he was sitting on it. 25th appearance for Thatcher, a situational lefty.
I saw him for all those years with San Diego. Acquired from the Padres last July 31st. 8 straight scoreless for Thatcher.
Just in a couple of pitches to hit.
2 great pitches to hit. The right-hander Brad Ziegler is getting loose for the D-backs.
Ziegler yesterday.
Thatcher, the only guy he's going to face is Morneau.
That's a good job by Justin. Just in case you want to cover that inside corner, so he had the emergency hack.
Well, and where Thatcher steps and strides, seems like the ball's coming from behind you. Was off the label, but he was just protecting. Keep their right shoulder in. It's a whole key when you're facing a sidearm left-hander.
Morneau, a single back in the fourth, a deep drive to center field. Swinging the bat better than the recent numbers would indicate.
This is the tough at bat because you want to think about hitting it to left center field, but you have runners at second and third, nobody out, so you want to have to roll over the ball to hit the ball to the right side. So it kind of goes against everything that you're thinking in the box for a left-handed hitter. And where are they pitching you? They're pitching you away.
You know, right now, just looking at his arsenal, his slider's kind of rolling, and you know, he's not a hard thrower unless he locates perfectly. And let's take that slider off that outer third. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to beat Justin with his stuff.
No, but then that's where you could sit on that slider. You could say, I'm going to just think slider. And if he throws me a fastball, I've got quick enough hands to make the adjustment.
Tulowitzki at third, Kadire at second.
Whoa. Montero catch that.
He's not sure how. Slices that into the stands. It remains 2-2. Yesterday the Rockies fell 4-2. It's the first time they lost a home series opener this year. And Morneau hits the ball to shallow left center field, and this isn't going to be deep enough to score a run. Peralta made the catch, 1 out. And now Kirk Gibson with Willeen Rosario coming up. He's going to go get Ziegler.
Double switch. Chris Owings in.
Pull Hill out. Pull Hill out. Yeah, put Gregorius at second. Give you the details completely when we come back. Scoring position. From parks and pools to wilderness and trails, every single Colorado Lottery game that you buy helps fund the places Colorado plays. Colorado Lottery thanks you. So Didi Gregorius goes to second. Chris Owings goes to short. Owings will hit third next inning. And on the hill, the sidewinding righty, Brad Ziegler.
Rockies saw Ziegler last night. Came in for 1 inning, just 7 pitches thrown. Sitting 200 off of Ziegler. Will Rosario 1 for 10 career against Brad.
This is a little unusual in that, not that they're walking Rosario, you understand it. You have Culberson due up next. You're going to set up a force all around, get a ground ball to produce a double play potentially, though Culberson's tough to double up. But usually you have the guy who's departing issue the walk.
Yeah. Why would you bring in a reliever to the first thing he's going to do is walk a guy to get? I mean, his mind is, I'm going to come in, I'm going to get this guy. Oh, I've got to walk him. And then refocus.
Exactly. Kind of, who knows what'll happen, but you don't normally see it done that way because it can throw a guy out of rhythm a little bit.
Well, now we get the switch with Ryan Wheeler, who was just called up today. The left-hander to face Ziegler instead of the right-hander in Culberson.
Well, you have a little more of a fly ball swing with Wheeler. Obviously got a lot more pop also. So Wheeler is back to the big leagues this afternoon. Cargo went on the disabled list. Wheeler does have a home run since in the big leagues this year. He's up for a couple games earlier. He hit one out against the Mets.
He's going up against his former club. Arizona.
First time the Rockies brought him up last year was to play against Arizona. And he takes ball 1.
Involved in the Matt Reynolds trade.
Chulo at third, Kadire at second, Rosario at first. And it's 2-0.
That's the pitch that Ziegler tries for you to swing at. And that was the pitch that he wanted Brian to attack. When a guy is coming from sidearm to the lefties, you look and you see that window. You look for the ball up.
Big chopper. No way this is a double play. Errant throw, but out at the plate. Great pickup by Montero on that throw by Gregorius. And now the bases are loaded again, but it's 2 outs, and the Rockies still haven't gotten the equalizer across. They had second and third, nobody out.
Didi comes in, throws off the run, bad throw, and Miguel Montero acts like a first baseman. Watch him just stride and stretch, keep his foot on the plate. Troy sliding in, that just looks like a first baseman. Doing it with the catcher's glove and all the gear.
Walt's asking home plate umpire Mike DeMuro something. What do you think this is about, Huey?
Probably, did he keep his foot on the plate? That's the only thing, because he gave him a lane to slide.
Yeah, it looks like he's on the plate.
That's the only thing that Walt could have been asking him.
So LeMahieu's 0 for 3. Will try to come through. Brown saying hit him.
And you're saying after it gets by you, why did I jump out of the way? But we're taught from a young age. Some people say, let it hit you. Natural instinct is I'm getting out of the way.
2-0. 2-1. Two balls, 2 strikes. Dyer, the tying run in third. This inning looked exceptionally promising a couple of minutes ago. Second and third, nobody out. Morneau, after a long battle, fly ball to shallow left. Nobody could advance. And this is on the ground toward the hole. And the second off the bag into shallow right. The go-ahead run will score. The Rockies have taken a 6-5 lead. Chris Owings, who just came on, dove in the hole, but his throw to Gregorius went into shallow right field. The Rockies catch a break.
That'll be the 10th error on Chris Owings. Doesn't matter how you get the runs. Take him any way you can. Jay with the ground ball into the hole. They would have had Brian Wheeler at second base. Just an errant throw. They'll give a hit to DJ with an RBI and then the advancement to allow Willeen Rosario to score.
Stubbs pinch hitting for Ottavino. 2 more in scoring position. Rockies ahead 6-5. This ball a base hit to right. 1 run is scored. The Rockies will send LeMahieu throw off line. Drew Stubbs coming through. And now the Rockies have a 3-run advantage.
Come up with some big hits against Arizona this year. This time Ziegler, fastball up. One more time for Drew Stubbs, lining it to right. Parra has to wait back, can't come charge it. Super the whole way, waving DJ.
Things have gone of late. Most people at home thinking, oh no, the Rockies are going to blow another great opportunity. And now fast forward 2 minutes and a 5-4 deficit with 2 outs has turned into an 8-5 advantage, and the Rockies now have thrown out 13 hits. It's been a while since we've seen a big number of hits up on the scoreboard.
Well, it's nice to see the other team make a mistake and you take advantage of it. A little interesting. I mean, Mel Stottlemyre, who's usually in the bullpen, he came out. Mike Harkey's the pitching coach and didn't hear if he was gone tonight or not.
Drew Stubbs will be looking to run here at some point, you would think.
Montera's thrown out just 16% of would-be base stealers.
That's a strike, 1-1. And this ball driven to right field, fairly deep but playable. Parra makes the catch to end the inning, but a productive inning it was. The Rockies with 2 outs played 4 runs. They have an 8-5 advantage. At 4 a couple of innings ago, and they've taken the lead. And how about this? We got tacos. Don't forget to go to your participating Taco Bell location tomorrow between 4 and 6 to get your Rockies taco special. How long's it been? It's been a while. May 16th, or excuse me, May 18th was the last time the Rockies scored more than 7 in a game. That came against the Padres. Ryan Wheeler stays in the ball game at 3rd. And Rex Brothers will throw the 8th inning. David Peralta will lead it off.
2 out of the first 3 hitters for Arizona left-hander, and if he went any further than that, the next 2 after that were both left-handers. Helps to have that depth with 3 southpaws in your bullpen.
Peralta's 0 for 3 tonight. Here's the 1-0, and that's in there, 1-1.
Well, we see from Moline on that pitch.
At the Arizona dugout, or is that fans? This ball rocket center field. Getting on home plate umpire Mike DeMuro for that strike call.
It was the Arizona dugout.
Ender Inciarte. Got a guard against the bunt if you're Wheeler.
Second pitch is close enough to the way it was caught.
Looked to be down though. Understand why they were upset. Here's the first pitch to Inciarte, and he drives it to center field. So the 2 lefties hit the ball solidly, and now you have the tying run coming up just like that. You know, Rex Brothers, it's been you know, a good outing, a tough outing, and he's produced a problem with 2 straight hits by left-handers. Chris Owings is at the plate for his first at bat. He had a homer, a triple, and a double in yesterday's ball game.
You know he's going to be swinging hard after making the air last half inning. Last night, off of De La Rosa, was in the 4th inning.
And this ball with a tough angle, it's going to drop. It'll score a run, and it's 8-6, and there's nobody out. So Owings curved one into left field. It had the angle on it that prevented Dickerson from getting to the baseball, and it was kind of hooked in that direction.
Peralta ran through a stop sign at third base when Sherlock was trying to hold him up. Finally, he just said, okay, go ahead and go.
Now you got the top of the order up. Well, when you're struggling, and the Rockies have really struggled the last couple of weeks, nothing is easy. You know, Logan and Ottavino have been most frequently used in the 8th inning on the plus side, but they were both used an inning earlier, kind of ham and egg their way through the 7th inning. They actually gave up a run. Brothers was asked to pitch the 8th.
Not yet.
Now you got Nick Massett up again.
I was going to say, you also have to watch for the bunt from Gregorius.
Well, now it makes sense because you're talking about the tying run.
And his speed.
He was swinging there.
Wheeler still up at third base. And a half turned and keeping an eye on the runner. Now he'll bunt now. I mean, we've seen D. Gordon do it with the Dodgers, but not Gregorius. That's got away with a hanging slider.
Rex has given up a run in 3 of his last 4 outings. The 0-2. Step off and take a look at Inciarte.
Inciarte was bouncing around at second.
Job by Willeen.
Watch how he drops the knees, throws the hands out in front. Not trying to catch it, just trying to soften the body so it'll drop in front of you.
That's a base hit that Dickerson gets to quickly, and the bases are loaded, and there's still nobody out, and that's 4 straight hits against Brothers.
And 3 of them by left-handed batters.
This guy was as tough as anybody to hit on the left side a year ago. It's been a rough first couple of months or so for Rex Brothers. You have Parra here. This will be the last hitter that he'll face. You got Goldschmidt behind him and Prado. Rockies leading 8-6. Parra is 2 for 3 and a walk. You don't see the defensive swings from a lefty that you especially think you would ahead in the count from Brothers' perspective.
Well, and against three left-handers that are rookies, you know, that they're just looking at him for the first couple times.
Inciarte, Owings, Gregorius,
Peralta.
no swing, and it's 2-0.
Take one of those Rockies double plays now. Parra's hit into 4 of them on the season. It's tougher because he hits from the left side, quicker out of the box.
Lefties hit 162 against Rex last year. They're hitting 295 currently. 2-1. And now it's 3-1 on Parra. It's been a magnet for walks in this series, all against lefties. Boone Logan walked him last inning. He walked twice yesterday against De La Rosa. Bases loaded. Nobody out, 3-1, way inside, and now it's 8-7. Boos cascading down upon the Rockies and Rex Brothers right now. Tough place to be. The last guy who wants to walk somebody is the guy who's doing it, and Rex will walk off 4 straight singles and a walk, and it's now a 1-run game. just had to produce 6 outs to get their first victory in the better part of a week. Maybe not so fast. 8-7. They still have the lead, but the bases are loaded. There's still nobody out. 4 straight singles and a walk against Rex Brothers. And now Nick Massett has to face the best hitter in the Arizona lineup and one of the best hitters in the game, Paul Goldschmidt.
Yeah, Nick is looking to say, okay, the bases loaded, nobody out. I'm going to try to get out of here. Giving up only 1 run. That's kind of has to be your mindset when you come out of the bullpen. He's been in these pressure situations before.
Fastball pulled down the line, fair ball. Arizona's going to have the lead. 1 run is scored, 2 runs is scored, a 3rd run on its way to the plate. It's a bases clearing double for Goldschmidt, and Arizona now leads it 10-8. They have 5 on the board, nobody out. Goldschmidt with RBIs 37, 38, 39.
All 5 runs charged to Rex Brothers. Goldschmidt pulls it inside the line. And you're not playing no doubles because of where the score is and runners on base. He hits it inside the line. Then Sherlock waving par the entire way.
Now ball to second. Prado does his job, moves a runner to third. That'll bring up Montero. Extra base hits, the National League leader standing right there next to Glenn Sherlock, Paul Goldschmidt. He was given yesterday off after Monday being an off day. Kirk Gibson said, I just want him to get 48 hours off his feet. Paid off evidently in that at bat. 16 hits for Arizona.
Now with Miguel Montero, who has an uppercut swing, he's looking to hit the ball just in the air. And Rockies had to pull the infield in. Good speed with Goldschmidt, even though he is a big guy.
Oh, he can run. You don't usually associate power hitters often who play first base that can run, but Goldschmidt's one of those guys. This ball's walloped to right center field. See if Blackman can get there. He will. Another run comes down, and Goldschmidt, and it's 11-8. It's 6-run inning. Sac fly from Miguel Montero, his 3rd ribby.
Second sac fly tonight. Both of them have been hit to center field. '30th RBI for Miguel.
This stings. Like,
yeah,
you know, they've had some stinging losses. This isn't a loss yet. There's still 6 outs to work with. Eric Chavez at the plate, but you finally got something going offensively. You get a break on a poor play on defense by Arizona. Chris Owings throwing the ball away, and then you get the pinch hit single by Stubbs to score 2 more. You're up 3 runs late, and now you're down 3 runs. So, you know, as the offense couldn't do much for the last couple of weeks, and now the bullpen just falls apart.
Well,
most notably, you know, Rex Brothers, who was lights out a year ago. And this year it has been just a struggle for him.
Walt had the matchups that he wanted. I mean, he had the 2 left-hander, 2 young kids, and then you had the rookie right-handed hitter in Owings.
Ninth man to bat here for Arizona in the 8th inning, Eric Chavez. goes down, hit by that foul tip.
It's off the thigh right above his shin guard. Ooh. Even worse on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Pitchers even try to add that extra half-inch of padding. But to no avail. Michael McHenry just recalled today.
Two on Chavez. 6-time Gold Glove winner with the A's. 3-2. $11 runs, 16 hits for Arizona. 8 runs, 13 hits. Both teams have committed an error. That misses. Chavez walks. So David Peralta, who started this whole mess with a single about 20 minutes ago, will come up for the second time in the 8th inning.
The single was a line drive. Right back up the middle. Fans, you want to celebrate Independence Day with the Rockies after the Rockies-Dodgers game on July 4th. Stay for the best fireworks show in town. It's courtesy of Coca-Cola and King Soopers. Tickets are going quickly, so get yours today.
Lifted foul and out of play. Huge jump.
Yeah, he just
for Chavez.
Yeah, he just took off running when Nick was set.
Watch this.
Okay, he's going. And you guys are yelling to step off.
And he's able to strike out Peralta. No damage done by that stolen base. Plenty other damage in the inning. 11-8 Arizona. top of the 8th inning to take an 11-8 lead. Rockies had a 4-0 lead, or excuse me, had a 4-0 deficit they wiped out. And now they got to wipe out a late 3-run deficit. Get a green pack today. You'll get 2 great seats with $5 going towards the Green Fund, which plans trees in the Denver area. Join us this Sunday for the next Green game against the Dodgers. Visit Rockies.com/green for more information. So the Rockies will have Corey Dickerson to lead things off. Then Tulowitzki and Kadire. Oliver Perez is in a very good place of late with Arizona. Good numbers overall. Will be asked to handle the 8th inning.
For Perez, he's not allowed to run his last 9 outings. 6 strikeouts. Just one of 10 National League relievers to hold opponents scoreless since May 5th.
Dickerson 2 for 4 tonight.
Perez has reinvented himself as a reliever. He was a starter early in his career, got bounced around.
Well, he always had a great arm, but he had trouble harnessing that great arm at times. 1 ball, 1 strike. Got to the big leagues very quickly. Fouled off.
All right, MLB Premium. Yeah, it's the #1 live streaming sports service. It's celebrating 12 years. Join the millions of subscribers and watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices.
Way inside. 2-2. Crowd of 26,199 tonight. And the strikeout of Dickerson on a slider. One out. Tulowitzki coming up. Double and a single. Couple RBIs tonight for Troy and 4 at bats. The Ford Strike Zone is powered by Built Ford Tough trucks. Built better, built stronger. Built Ford Tough. No wonder Ford F-Series are the best-selling trucks 37 years straight. Padres won a game tonight. You catch that, Huey? They beat Pittsburgh 3-2 at Petco with 1 hit.
1 hit.
Hits are overrated, huh?
Yes, when you can score 3 runs off of 1 hit.
He's short.
Almost bobbled that.
2 outs in the 8th inning. Kadire at the plate.
Talking about Oliver Perez and starter early in his career. He has 195, but he has not made one since 2010.
Two 2-0 on Kadire. Single and a double for Michael tonight. A couple of RBIs. Rockies have gotten production first 4 in their order. Last night didn't get much done at the top of the order. But tonight, Blackman, couple hits and a walk. Couple hits from Dickerson. Tulowitzki we just mentioned. 2 hits, 2 ribbies. Kadire, 2 hits, 2 ribbies. 8 is a nice number, but not when the opponent has 11.
When you put up 8, you have a 5-run lead and heading into the top of the 8th, or a 3-run lead. They scored 5 runs. These are the ones that just make you shake your head in the dugout.
Three and 2. And a 2-out walk for Kadire to bring up Morneau.
Stottlemyre coming out again. We did get word that Mike Harkey is attending his daughter's graduation.
Stottlemyre Sr. is a heck of a pitcher for the Yankees and a longtime coach as well.
That was a pretty fair pitcher in his day.
Yeah.
Junior. Following his dad's footsteps.
Family business. See that a lot in baseball. Here's the 1-strike pitch to Justin. That's off the plate, 1-1. Two and 1.
A little unusual delivery from Perez. Gave a half Louis Tiant with the twist and turn from the stretch.
Two outs, Kadire at first.
Gonzalez thought he caught the inside corner, but he didn't. That was inside on the forward strike zone.
So a 3-2 delivery. Kadire will be moving at first.
Runs will also drop down. Go sidearm to left-handers.
Towering pop up to shallow center. Gregorius going out. He makes the catch. And the Rockies are done in the 8th inning. We'll go to the 9th. It's 11-8 Arizona. Your world. Arizona leads at 11-8. Top of the 9th inning. To center field we go. Jenny Cavnar. Jenny.
Hey, thanks so much. The Rockies scored 4 innings, 4 runs, a couple different innings. So, hey, this game is not over yet. Right, guys? What's coming up in the Toyota postgame
Coming
show?
up, tug of war. It's been a back and forth battle. Who's going to win it?
And when it rains, it pours. And, you know, rain brings flowers, and so does Michael Jackson dance moves.
And my pin is out of ink, so I'm going to borrow this. Lots of scores to, lots of plays to write down for that game summary, and hope plenty more are coming up, Drew.
All right, Jenny, we hope so. The Rockies will send Matt Belisle to the mound at the top of the 9th inning. Strange night at Coors Field. And the Rockies trailed 4-0, tied it up, and then took an 8-5 lead. They fell behind briefly 5-4. And they had an abysmal inning in the 8th. Most notably Rex Brothers, who faced 5 hitters, didn't retire anybody. 4 hits and a walk. Rex gave up all 5 runs, or 5 initial runs, and then there was a 6th run in that inning as well. So it's 11-8. Top of the 9th inning. Ender Inciarte will face Belisle.
Matt's been pitching much better of late. Increased velocity, 91 to 93 miles an hour, sometimes touching 94.
And he gets a bouncing ball to second. LeMahieu, steady hands. EJ throws out Inciarte. Jordan Lyles.
One more look from DJ, looking the ball into the glove.
Jordan Lyles started the game for the Rockies, pitched 4 innings, 4 kind of uneven innings for Jordan. He hurt his wrist, his left wrist, not throwing wrist. First inning on a tag play at the plate, hung around for 3 more, ends up giving up 4 runs, 2 earned, 7 hits. And then the guys that followed, Morales, 2 innings, no runs, 3 hits. Boone Logan in a third of an inning gave up a run. Ottavino in 2/3 of an inning, not charged for a run, but he gave up an RBI hit. Brothers came in, and obviously we've talked about Rex's struggles. Massett came in and is credited with an inning of work, but he gave up a run. He's popped up and playable. And now Matt Belisle looks like he's going to have 2 outs here in the 9th inning. The point is, virtually everybody save Morales who came in was not effective.
You know, the one that really hurts is obviously Rex. So, I mean, you had the lead, you had everything working in your advantage. And you don't retire a batter, but you know, it goes back also to Boone Logan. He had the chance, but he walked Gerardo Parra. So then when would you have had to bring in Ottavino then? I mean, it's all a domino. When one guy doesn't do his thing, then it has to rely on somebody else.
Didi Gregorius up for the 6th time in the game. Homered leading off. He also has a single and a run scored last inning. On the outside corner, 2-1.
Matt, the last 10 games, 11 innings pitched, 175 batting average against him, .82 ERA.
Did he go? 3-2.
Always look for that line right there. Did it go? Didn't look like it. With the barrel to that. That's what Jerry Lane's looking at.
Deep in the hole, Tulowitzki. Safe. Great play by Troy. There aren't many guys who could even throw that.
No,
much less make it a bang play with a guy who could run.
And a guy hitting from the left side. But Troy gets it. That's the first impressive thing. And then the arm strength to get it all the way in the air. And to make it this close on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo.
It's not just getting it in the air, Jeff. No, you played there. I mean, he's getting it in the air, but it's got a lot on it.
It's got some zip behind it. The guys would just put that in their back pocket, wouldn't risk throwing it away for skipping by in an air.
Ball and a strike. Rockies in the bottom half of the 9th. We'll have Rosario, Wheeler, and LeMahieu. Rutledge and McHenry left on their bench.
Addison Reed, their closer, is ready to go out in the bullpen.
Left field, pretty well hit. Dickerson can't catch it. It's over his head. And Gregorius coming home. He'll score without a throw, and it's a 4-run game. 2-out double for Parra. And Matt Belisle joins the list of other relievers who have given up a run tonight.
Parra shows the strength of that swing to hit it over the head of Corey Dickerson in left field. 11th double for Parra, second tonight.
And Paul Goldschmidt at the plate. Jeff, the Rockies have slipped on the proverbial banana peel. They've lost their mojo. This is a team that had a great deal of confidence a couple of weeks ago. It was damaged on that 2-7 road trip, clearly. But they still were looking forward to getting back home where they were 16-7. Unless this thing turns around dramatically tonight, they're going to have lost the first 2 games against a team that came in the cellar in the NL West, and they're producing more questions than answers right now.
Well, this one hurts too, because you had fallen behind, you came back, you battled, you had some energy in your clubhouse, in the dugout. Guys are battling. You have a 3-run lead with 6 outs to go. Give it up and it turns in a hurry. Those are the ones that you make sure afterwards you try to figure out what went wrong, but stay together as a team.
1-2 on Goldschmidt. Two and two. That's foul. Diamondbacks with 18 hits tonight. This is only the 3rd time this year that Arizona has scored 10 or more runs. They had 18 runs against the Dodgers on May 17th, and they scored a dozen on May 28th against the Padres. And Chase Anderson was on the hill in both of those starts. He's had 39 runs of support in the 4 games he started in the big leagues, and he is 4-0. Fellas, just give me a 10 spot.
Good with that.
3-2. Juan Nicasio tomorrow against Bronson Arroyo. Eddie Butler on Friday making his big league debut against the Dodgers. Ryu will be throwing for Los Angeles, the talented left-hander. And that's going to drop and score a run. Goldschmidt has driven in 4 tonight. And the Rockies are down 13-8. 9 runs for Arizona in the last 3 innings. It's going to be an awfully quiet clubhouse tonight.
Self-reflection going on.
Martin Prado, and he takes a ball. Matt got the first two guys in the inning. Inciarte on a ground ball and a pop-up from Owens, but then an infield hit for Gregorius. Parra double, Goldschmidt a single, and that thing whipped into the Rockies dugout. Fortunately, didn't hit anybody, evidently.
It's good. What you worry about is coming off the back wall and hitting somebody on the back of the head.
And that's going to fall over Tulowitzki's head. That's 20 hits. Prado with his third hit of the night. There's no one in the Rockies bullpen. They're trying to get one more out. Belial's.
Well, 2 quick outs from Matt. Four straight hits.
Yeah, you think about these couple of weeks plus. There have been some gut-wrenching losses, the walk-off losses in Cleveland and Philadelphia. And then, I don't know what category you put this thing under, but just when you thought the Rockies may extract themselves from the funk they've been in, they've put an 8 spot on the board, 13 hits. That's been missing. They hadn't produced that many runs in 2.5 weeks. And the bullpen has absolutely imploded tonight.
This is its own subheading. You can say whatever you want, call it whatever you want. There's something about walk-offs. Yeah, they hurt, but it's when it's happened for the last 3 innings where it's just you had the lead. These are just awful, awful losses. I mean, it's not over yet, but you just the dugout, you're just shaking your head. What just happened?
2-1. For Arizona, who started playing baseball in 1998, it's only the 11th time they've had 20 hits in a game. Second time this year. That ball's well hit to left, really well hit, and gone. Opposite field, 3-run home run for Miguel Montero. Now Belial's now giving up 5 runs.
6 RBIs tonight for Miguel.
He's got 33 ribbies now. This is turned into an absolute joke.
2 relievers for Colorado have given up 5 earned runs. Bruce Rex and now Matt.
Nick Evans hitting. Evans started in place of Goldschmidt last night and hit a home run. (16-8), 11 runs in the last 2 innings. They're 1 hit shy of tying their club record.
All 5 runs came with 2 outs.
A string of games like this, and it's generally when you get one of those players only meetings for what they're worth.
You're the only ones that can get you out of it. Coming down to execution, what you're doing on the field. Are you preparing? Are you doing the things you need to do? I'm sure everybody's together on the same page, whatever you want to call it.
It's a cruel game sometimes. It's a hard game to figure. Sports are hard to figure at times because you're looking at a group. Now, there's been injuries. We understand that's part of sport. Every team has them. But this is a team that, you flash back 3 weeks ago, and they were one of the teams that was most talked about in baseball. Had a swagger. Every night they went out, they were a tough team to handle. They have to get back to that. Right now, they're on the wrong end. Authority of the Colorado Rockies may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Colorado Rockies. Well, no need for Addison Reed, and that's why you see Trevor Cahill out there now with the 8-run lead. All 5 of those runs came with 2 outs. 2 outs and nobody on base.
Trevor Cahill started the year in the Diamondbacks rotation. Struggled mightily. Moved him to the pen. Pitching out of the pen for a while.
Willeen is 2 for 3 and an intentional walk tonight. Starting to swing the bat a little bit better. He lined out last night. He was 1 out, I should say. He lined out last night. He had a single and a double, so 4 hits the last 2 ball games.
He had struggled when he came off the DL, but that's not unusual for some players. Getting that timing right, making sure your wrist is good.
Ball and 2 strikes on Willeen. White Sox leading the Dodgers tonight 2-0 in LA. Just off the corner. Mariners beat the Braves in Atlanta 2-0 tonight. Mentioned the Padre Iwakuma's 4-2. He pitched well. Shut out. And that's strike 3. So Rosario's gone. That'll bring up Ryan Wheeler. Padres won 3-2 tonight at Petco with 1 hit. And Pittsburgh made only 1 error, so it wasn't like the train wreck or something going on defensively. Nationals over the Phils 8-4. Strasburg's 5-4 now. Giants came from behind, beat the Reds 3-2. Vogelsong over Cingrani.
Pittsburgh had 9 walks in that game. That's why there was only
what
1 hit.
Yeah, okay. Had to be something.
I had to say, wait, something's not right here. It doesn't compute.
Stopped by Goldschmidt. 2 outs. Sergio Romo got his 18th save for the Giants in that game. Michael Morse's 12th home run. Todd Frazier's 11th for Cincinnati. Cubs held off the Mets at Wrigley 5-4. Angels playing better baseball. They won tonight 4-0.
Hamilton's back for them.
It's a big bat. Twins beat the Brewers 6-4 tonight. Cardinals in 11 over Kansas City 5-2. Orioles over the Rangers in Arlington 6-5. Beltre in the loss hit a couple of home runs. Chris Davis, who hit 50 last year, hit his 8th. And DJ bounces one to second. Gregorius has it. And the Rockies have lost 6 consecutive games. They came back from a 4-0 early deficit. They had an 8-5 lead late, and then everything fell apart. Ugly, ugly night once again at the ballpark for the Rockies. They fall 16-8 to Arizona. Not much else to say about this one. 16-8 is the final. Ziegler ends up with the victory. Rex Brothers suffers the loss. It's the Rockies' first 6-game losing streak since they lost 9 in a row in September of 2012. When we come back, the Toyota postgame show.